was really a heroic effort and a lot of very interesting methods the Russians almost certainly won't be able to replicate in this situation. So I don't expect that the Russians will be able to hold on long in a determined combat scenario in Kherson with their supplies.
Mic check.
Very cool.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Whew. I may. We have a shot. We have a shot. It's not a good one, but we have a shot. All right. So yeah. So basically, what allowed the all the fun all of the fun things that allowed the Ukrainians to hold on to Severodonetsk and turn into this horrific meat grinder for the Russian side. Sadly, too many Ukrainian soldiers seem to have lost their lives on that front too, but the Russians seem to have lost a metric ton more. The Russians won't be able to pull off because they don't have the supply capabilities. That's what I should understand of that.
Right, and I'm just checking it, and there is video footage. There was one, and at this point, frankly, it's over a month old, so I don't think I'm breaking anything. One of the ways that the Ukrainians did was with a very large fleet of essentially motorboats, able to transport things in and out in a very coordinated way. And then once they hit the far shore, there was certain methods that they had access to that allowed them to transport things more quickly that the Russians almost certainly don't have access to and probably won't be able to replicate. It got somebody in some pretty hot water, some time ago after the city fell because they were showing exactly how it happened. But you're not going to see a bunch of Russian troops in essentially small motorboats sailing across the river, dropping stuff on the far side and coming back because A, Russia doesn't have that kind of capacity. B, they don't really have that kind of naval force established in the area. And C, the Ukrainian capability to strike that over a much larger river that in many cases is not forested is similar to the way that the river near Severodonetsk was, means that the Russian attempt, if they were to try a similar situation, is probably doomed before it starts. So, big spoiler alert, that's how stuff got into Severodonetsk. It was really a not so small flotilla of motorboats bopping back and forth across the river with a supply chain on either side.
Kind of cool. Speaking of supply chains on the Ukrainian side, I'd heard they were dealing with a shortage of just boring-ass light trucks. Any information on that? How are they doing on alleviating their supply bottlenecks?
It's a continued issue. There's a reason why the same way that in Northern Africa, they've been described as the Toyota Wars because people strap a machine gun to the back of a Toyota truck and run around with it. This has been described as, the personal vehicle war, where you'll have forces using a minivan to transport troops. They break down, especially in harsh terrain. The mechanics are busy. Supplies are limited. It's a constant cycle. Frankly, I think at this point, the best that Ukraine can hope for is just to replace the ones that's already lost. As far as personal vehicles go and sourcing them from other places, there's been some folks even in this space who have very generously donated to try and get that set up for certain units. But it's a constant give and take. Things break down, things get shot. I mean, these are not hard-skinned vehicles. Generally, vehicles in Ukraine are, frankly, older cars that have been shipped either from Western Europe or the United States or other nations that were already either a little more antiquated or in a state of some disrepair outside of the urban areas where you will see more modern vehicles and sort of more affluent cars. As a result, these things in some cases were not in the best of shape beforehand, and running them ragged over varied terrain does not do a lot for them either. So things are just breaking down naturally even when they're not being attacked. And it's really just a constant flow of vehicles in, as well as vehicles unfortunately being destroyed, damaged, abandoned, what have you.
Sure. And so is the bottleneck more for moving troops? Is it moving supplies? Is it all of the above? Where is this sort of most hitting? I'm very seriously curious on this one.
It's a little bit of both, and it varies depending on the spot. there has been relatively good supply chains, even to some of the most forward areas, with some notable exceptions, more dealing with, frankly, lack of communication and issues with TDF troops, and getting supply.
Mic check. Oh, okay. You were the one who dropped, not me.
No,
I was
you
so
cut
shocked.
out for a second there. And we'll probably have to head out, shortly. But yeah, they can get supplies where they need to go. There are issues with moving sort of localized quantities of troops. I mean, troops can get to a base, but beyond that, especially in some of the less active fronts, you're seeing troops literally just piling into a minivan and driving around. It's part of the reason why these armored personnel carriers, even if they are old, they stop a bullet a lot better than an old Ford minivan. So having those is beneficial, to put it mildly. But it's a real varied situation across the entire battlefield. So it's kind of difficult to speak in any general points, because there's some where Ukrainian troops are all moving with armored vehicles, and there are others where they're essentially just using local cars that they can source. It varies tremendously as far as moving manpower, but as far as moving military equipment, they do tend to have access to substantial, military vehicles, because these things are heavy, especially stuff like artillery, and those thus far have been relatively constant in their supply.
Now I have to bring back you. You apparently infected Ryan. Once you dropped, Ryan dropped. Ryan, welcome back.
I think we just swapped spaces, Finance.
So apparently I have infected Ryan with my Twitter COVID, and now he's the one
Twitter
who
pox.
cannot.
It's Twitter pox.
Twitter pox. Or Twitter pox. I like that better. So thank you. Thanks for the update, language. Does Ukraine do anything with like train logistics in a backbone? Do anything at all similar to the way the Russians do it, or did that sort of leave their doctrine with the NATOization, or does the infrastructure still support it? I'm just sort of curious on that in general.
A huge part of supplies. I mean, it's just things are heavy, right? Large quantities of things are even heavier, and trains can move them more efficiently than trucks. It's especially over long distances. Quote can talk much more about these. We have kind of pigeonholed him into that specific topic, unfortunately. Considering he started talking about bonds, he's also incredibly knowledgeable about that and many other factors. But trains are still very important. What we've generally seen, and I'm not spoiling or leaking anything here, it's been known for months and months and months, things come in on trains, especially from Western Europe into Ukraine. They get dropped off, sometimes in Lviv, oftentimes in Kyiv. They get centralized somewhere. Things that are headed to the east specifically usually end up in Dnipro, which has unfortunately been shelled more and more as of late from long-range missile strikes. And then from there, sometimes they're on small local trains. There is ongoing evac trains coming out of Donetsk City. But, if those trains are going there, they're not bringing, just air. They can bring things and then be offloaded, filled up with civilians, and sent back. You can use a train track in both directions, right? But a lot of the last leg of things is being done via just regular cars and trucks, because, trains, they can't really move very well, right? You can't get out of the way and evade a missile strike. So a lot of infrastructure in the east especially has been destroyed by Russian shelling.
Sure. Thank you. That is very helpful. Do you have time? How much time do you have left with us, language, or do you have to run?
You do a couple more questions to see we got Portland up here and whatnot. I mean, if there's any more, but I will have to run probably the next 5-10 minutes or so.
Sure. Well, welcome up, Portland. Do you have any questions for language before he goes?
No. He's been astonishingly comprehensive, and I really appreciate the update. I tend to get laser focused on one piece of the battlefield, because that's the nature of forensic analysis. So it's good to have somebody that shows up and says, oh, by the way, there is a whole wider war that you should be paying attention to here. So thank you very much to Language Learner.
Well, that's very kind. I mean, there are ways to get more granular with this, and to be perfectly honest, I don't have the time. I do work for a living as well, unfortunately. So if anybody wants to take that away, just donate me a cool money for the rest of my life. I kid. Don't send me any money. I won't accept it. But it's you can get hyper granular, and I've done that before. But it is entirely possible to miss the forest for the trees. Especially when you do see Russian advances. Like, oh my God, the world is ending. It goes, well, they took a small village that's essentially been razed to the ground 6 weeks ago. Maybe it isn't worth panicking about. And that's kind of the hope here. And plus, just the war changes day by day. And I know we call it the military update, and I do frankly spend a lot of time talking about things that aren't necessarily directly military related on the ground, especially as the war has sort of, I don't want to say slowed down in pace, but has become less
This message
dynamic
has been generated
in certain
with
regions.
municipal
I think
data.
it's important to realize things happen every day, and it's important to at least get the most salient details, things both in Ukraine and abroad, so that way when you read about it in the paper a couple days later, you don't get super surprised by it. And also, frankly, when big events happen, like things regarding nuclear power plants or strikes on air bases, it's beneficial to know about that sooner rather than later, so you don't get it drip fed to you from your multimedia outlet of choice after they've already, fucked up the translation and mislabeled things and tell you it's on the other side of the country, as I've seen a couple times. That really does bug me, because, yes, there's
Siren alert
30
update.
different towns that have the
Donetsk,
same name,
full alert.
but you can use
This
a little bit of
message has
context
been
clues and go,
generated
oh, well,
with
Russia
municipal
probably
data.
is invading, somewhere, in the south. They're not fighting on the outskirts of Lviv. So maybe this map that somebody's showing me is wrong. But that's just my personal gripe.
Thank you, Language. Yeah, I'm trying to understand logistics better, mainly because it's the part that I can understand well. When it comes to all the weapon systems that get explained on this space, my brain just sort of goes fuzzy.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be the first to admit, there are many people here who know these weapon systems inside and out far more than I ever will. Very cursory knowledge of most of them. But that's why we have a bunch of folks here. We have CJ, we have John Ridge, we have Portland, we have, a series of Spooky Yarns. We have a number of people who know these things, and that's where a collective effort helps us all learn things. And that's, as a general statement, I'm sure we can all get behind this. If we say something that doesn't seem right to you, whether it's because it's not clear or from your perspective it's factually incorrect, let us know. I mean, most of us have our DMs open. We're happy to learn. That's how we learn. And, especially if I say something that's not correct, where you go, that's not how that works, or that doesn't make sense. If I don't know that you don't understand it, I, A, can't learn better and correct myself, and B, I can't explain it better. And as a general rule, there's generally no stupid questions here. People filter in and out all the time. If you don't know the answer to something, there's probably a good dozen other people who don't know the answer too. And if it's a question that's been answered a million times, well then shit, we should be pretty good at answering it, and it's not a problem at all.
I ask lots of stupid questions, but I also say lots of stupid things, and I'm happy to be corrected on all of them. I don't have too big of an ego to be corrected, and I would much rather be corrected sooner rather than later. Portland, I wasn't talking to you, but go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that roughly 60% of what I say in this space is, deliberately stupid and foul-mouthed. So, we're all here to learn, and I find that this is truly, if I want to know what's going on in Ukraine, the thing that annoys me to some extent is that I can learn more here. Like, this space is usually between 48 hours and a week ahead of the news media. And that is in large part where I see the value in this space. People come here because they want to know what's going on. They want to know the truth, the cold, hard facts on the ground, and they want it from experts in a lot of given fields. And I feel like through some miracle of organic organization, you guys have made that happen. So well done to you all.
Flattery will get you everywhere, and then as long as we have got a little bit of dead space again, feel free to come on up on the lower left-hand corner. We're always happy to hear. But there is video evidence just now coming out of apparently Russian attempts to reinforce the streets of Kherson against Ukrainian armored vehicles in the form of quite literally 3 logs basically put together in like a, they call like anti-tank hedgehogs. If you've ever watched a video about D-Day, those are big metal, steel beams kind of, thrown together. There's a reason that they use steel and not wood. Especially against, say, a modern vehicle. Still going to do something. They'll probably stop your car and SUV, but it's probably not going to stop a tank. So it's we're seeing, again, more desperation from Russian troops in Kherson, expectations that there will be an imminent, in the not-too-distant future, assault on the city, and also the fact that they don't have the supplies because steel's not something that's super hard for Russia to get, but apparently it's real hard for them to get it across the river. So now they're chopping down logs to try and make their, kind of poor man's attempt at an anti-tank defense.
So you're saying the price of copium in Kherson is super high right now?
Goes up every day.
Portland.
Do the Ukrainians have the logistics to maintain simultaneous offensives through or bypassing Kherson and south from Zaporizhzhia? Because I'm looking at the map, as I do monotonously every day, and the Holy Grail is Melitopol. You take Melitopol, you unhinge the entire Russian southern flank, right? So if you drive south from Zaporizhzhia and you drive east from Kherson, you could very realistically encircle a very large number of Russian troops, and you might not actually have to get into a street fight in Kherson to do it. And I look at that and I think that the big limiter on this has got to be logistics. So what do you reckon? Can they do both simultaneously?
That's a really good question. I think at this point it is very much possible. Doesn't mean that it will have the desired outcome. I suspect right now the Ukrainians are playing, more conservatively with, this whole, operation. They don't want to throw a tremendous number of forces at multiple locations and then run the risk of one of those failing. Generally, when we've seen Ukrainian operations, they tend to be considerably amassed numbers and then in very specific areas to try and punch through and then seize territory and hold it. It's similar to Russian doctrine, except this one actually works. But if you spread out your forces too much, and while Ukraine does have a large number of mobilized troops, they don't have an infinite number, you run the risk of making a breakthrough even and then not being able to do anything with it. And now you've probably lost troops, you've exposed yourself, you've moved further into the enemy lines, but you can't really do anything except go backwards or maybe just tangentially hold what you got. You can't turn that into a long offensive. Melitopol, like you said, definitely on the menu, but I suspect that Ukraine is going to want to clear Kherson first before they start moving into other areas.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Especially as the prospect of Russia destroying heating infrastructure, that is putting a bit of a time frame on this of when the Ukrainians want it done by. So who knows? But a very long monologue. Sorry, it's late. But in general, I think they can do it. I don't think they will do it because it is a risky move if that doesn't work. And frankly, they don't have the resources to lose if it doesn't work.
Air siren alert update. Kharkiv, Full alert. This message has been generated with
With
municipal
that,
data.
I'm gonna head out. Thank you all, and have a good night.
Thank you, language.
Thank you, language. We appreciate it. I was just reading an article from the Times that says Ukraine is claiming they have video evidence that the Russians were shelling their own positions in the Zaporizhzhia power plant. I was trying to get through that so I could provide a summary. I have not watched the video myself, but
I can sing a song to buy you some time.
oh, please serenade us. Was that finance clearing his throat?
It was me having a residual cough from that horrific multi-week cough I had. I was going to say something of more value, but I actually want to hear Portland serenade us, so I don't want to get in the way of good content. Don't let me stop.
I was hoping for a duet. I thought you guys might give us some a cappella or something.
No, I sound like a frog had a love child with a dead pipe organ when I try to sing. You don't want to hear that.
I had you pegged for dying giraffe.
I don't know what dying giraffe sounds like. Okay.
That was
I propose that we go to finance because he actually has something worth listening to say.
I was just going to let you guys keep going until something went broke. Probably our listener count. We can always head to zero. I keep saying that, but somehow we actually gained listeners earlier today when we were on our rant about bankers. So, maybe some people actually like my bond discussions. I'm sorry for all you people. Y'all are my fellow nerds, and I apologize for all of our life choices. That being said...
No, but I missed that conversation.
You did. It was excellent. The time is currently 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. This is the Maria Report. We are supporters of Maria Aid, a charity with no overhead that gives all of its money, turns it into equipment, and sends it over to the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Everything from tourniquets to body armor to earmuffs. We're told by Constantine, our fellow, our friend, Space, regular contributor who helps deliver the earmuffs, that they are called earmuffs, not ear defenders. So if he says it, must be good by me. They're earmuffs. Other things, we'd like to remind everybody that our... Yes, Ryan?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought I was on mute.
Other things, we'd like to remind everybody that we have a local expert on all things Kosovo and Serbia. In fact, all things Yugoslav related at all. His name is Domen, and he really needs you to email him any questions about what is going on in Kosovo and Serbia. He loves to wake up to hundreds of emails about this every morning. It makes his day. So if you could just all go send Domen a quick email asking what's going on, you will really help him out. He's that kind of guy. That said, Portland, now that we have you here, I'm on a logistics kick. So one of the things that people were hoping with, if ATACMS have actually reached Ukraine, which given what's the thing that y'all military guys say, that the means is the message, right? Like, given what we're seeing go boom in Crimea, I'm guessing they have some kind of long-range artillery that goes pretty far. How quickly will the Russians start changing their supply lines to try to deal with the fact that Ukraine appears to be able to strike surprisingly deeper than the HIMARS system can hit?
Well, the problem is that as it stands right now, I'm not satisfied that ATACMS is in theatre. There is a possibility that this was done with the FREM 2 system, which is a system which heretofore has not been combat proven, but which has been its testing has been completed it was accepted for military service, and the size of the payload appears more consistent with Hrun 2 than with Atacams. So there's that issue. We don't know how many missiles they have. We don't know how many launches they have. We need to wait and see for a couple of days or maybe a week and see if Ukraine launches more of these strikes. If Ukraine launches more of these strikes, then Russian logistics starts getting very, very complicated indeed. Because they have to move their logistics hubs now 300 kilometers behind the forward edge of the battle area, and no matter how you slice it, they absolutely cannot supply their troops at the required levels with the trucks they have over that distance. Will that happen? I don't know. We need to wait and see if there are more of these strikes, if they can. If these are weapons that could be rolled out once in a while and used to blot out important tactical/strategic targets, or whether they are available in relatively large numbers and can be used relatively frequently. If it's the latter, then Russia needs to adapt very quickly. If it's the former, the Russians may decide that, the extra 60-odd dead air crew and ground crew every couple of weeks it can be factored into their cost of doing business. The answer to all of these questions, unfortunately, is still unknown. So we sort of have to wait and see, really.
So we aren't there yet, but with time, we need to wait and see if something like that is on the way. That's the gist?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if this is something that's available in large numbers and Ukraine can start hitting targets deep behind enemy lines with large warheads and high accuracy, and they can do so at will, then Russian logistics functionally collapses in a week. If, on the other hand, this is not available in large enough numbers to affect that, maybe the Russian logistics picture doesn't change that much.
Yeah. So how many long-range Atacam cigarettes need to be in the pack to affect this kind of logistical collapse?
36.
And if you had fewer, would you target different things?
Yeah, if I didn't have enough to blast to rubble every rail interchange between Russia and Ukraine and drop all of the bridges over the Siversky Donetsk and hit the ammo storage at Taganrog and Belgorod, I would probably focus on air bases first, particularly in Crimea, because the thing that you've got to think about here is if they can force those planes. Okay, so Western fighters are built on the assumption that we will have to go a long way in order to find somebody to fight. Russian fighters are relatively short-legged because they are intended to fight, for the most part, in coordination with their own integrated air defense network. This means they have shorter legs, less loiter time. They need to carry more external tanks if they intend to hang out for a long period of time, and more tanks carried means less weapons carried. Now, if you can't base out of Saki, Saki was about 15 minutes from the current line of contact in the vicinity of Kherson. It's about 170 kilometers. If they have to reposition those to, say, Taganrog, then their loiter time for close air support missions is cut by more than half. And their payload for those missions is also cut probably by a third. And also they're putting comfortably 3 times as many flying hours on their engines, which, as previously noted, are only rated for between 300 and 1,500 hours between teardowns. Western fighter aircraft use engines generally rated for between 5, 7, or 10,000 hours between teardowns, so you can see how much the extra logistics burden hurts them. So, if I wasn't able to shut down their logistics network entirely, I would focus on targets such as airfields that would tend to reduce Russia's ability to provide top cover or close air support, specifically in the area where I intended to go thump the shit out of them. Which coincidentally appears to be what the Ukrainians are actually doing, which indicates to me they probably don't actually have a vast number of these missiles.
Okay, so that's what I was checking. You're saying that if you only had a handful and not the 36 you needed to give full logistical collapse, the kind of targets you hit are the exact kind of targets we just saw get hit in Crimea, correct?
Bingo.
Great. Thank you. With that, my favorite pill pusher, Dr. Paul.
Thanks, Finance. Portland, quick clarifying question. You said 36. Now, that's a vague term. Are you talking about 36 HIMARS or M270 MLRS, or are you talking about 36 ATACMS missiles themselves? What's your volume of missiles that you need to cause this logistical collapse? That's a key question I'm actually very interested to hear. And also your earlier question about an encirclement. I asked Major Giroux and Colonel Spencer earlier that exact same question, causing the entire southern front to collapse. So we can discuss that later too.
Yeah, I personally find that to be a really interesting subject because, it's a high-risk move, but it's a war-ending move. I would really love to have that conversation with Colonel Spencer and Major Giroux and actually, talk to people who were actual officers instead of like some random pleb who just made it through staff college and then caught a bullet to the side of the head. Actually, it wasn't a bullet, it was a piece of shrapnel, but you get the idea. People who've actually led men in combat instead of like a dude that, at the height of his actual operational career was in charge of like 8 dudes. That would be nice. Let's get somebody that actually knows what the fuck they're talking about in on that one. Shoot, I forgot your other questions. 36, right. Yeah. So that's the number of missiles required to smash so there are 5 rail interchanges and switching sets that connect Russia via rail to Ukraine. So if I wanted to impose a complete logistical collapse on the Russians, the first thing that I would do would be to atomize all of those. So that's your first 5 missiles. You just set the missiles to deep penetration mode. You have it bury itself 60 feet in the ground. And the Russians then have to spend 6 months stabilizing the ground before they can lay new track over it. Bingo, bango, bongo. You have no more logistics coming in. Then you've got the Kerch Strait Bridge, which would require about 4 missiles by my guesstimation. Then you've got the bridges over the the Seversky Donetsk, in the vicinity of Taganrog. Those need 2 each, so that's 12. So we've got 5 plus 12 plus 4 for the Kerch Bridge, and the remainder goes to pounding Taganrog and Belgorod flat. That's why I say 36. Take away their air power, take away their logistics. Bingo, war over, everybody go home except the Russians, who get to be prisoners of war and held, on condition of the safe and healthy release of all of Ukraine's deported persons.
All right. So, Portland, when Ukraine wins this war, assuming Ukraine liberates all of the sovereign territory of Ukraine, how many, if you are in charge of Ukrainian military supplies going forward, clearly ATACMS is like very, very high on your list of things that you want your military to have going forward. How many would you want your government to start a war with? Like, what should the proper supply be of Ukraine for ATACMS missiles?
Shit, like, how many can I get? The nice thing about ATACMS is that, like, as long as you've got missiles, you've got targets. It's an incredibly versatile weapon. It's good against infrastructure. It's great against runways. You can use it in airburst mode and absolutely wreck hangars. It'll punch through hardened aircraft shelters. It'll smash roads. It'll break railways. What is the absolute bare minimum that I would be, that I would have in my inventory and be like, yes, I am happy and I am raring to go? I would say call it 100, because that allows for the Russians to kill maybe a third of my stocks on the first day of the war, and for me to still be able to huck 70 missiles, which is plenty for cutting Russia off from Ukraine. I would actually want the precision strike missile if I could get it, because the extra range would allow me to hit rail interchanges around Moscow, and Moscow is the heart of the Russian rail network. Now, the British Army in particular is very focused on war as a battle over communications. Like, war, you win wars by destroying your enemy's ability to move material, men, and information from one place to another. Winning battles is nice, but you don't win a war by winning battles. You win a war by removing your enemy's ability to sustain forces so that they can fight battles. So, if I was Ukraine and I was planning for a potential resumption of hostilities with Muscovy, the thing that I would want to be able to do is basically smash the hub of the Russian rail network, cut Moscow off from all of its client provinces, prevent their ability to move troops around internally, and let nature take its course. Let the Chechens know that there's no way for the Russians to bring large numbers of troops to Groznyfy Grozny again. Do the same for the Buryats, do the same for whoever else. And the easiest way of doing that is to break the rail network around Moscow. Just kill it all. Fuck them.
I like the way you think, Portland.
Can I respond real quick?
Sure.
So Portland, there's actually, listen, if you know how I feel about attack ups, like I think they got them, etc. Despite all the evidence, my bias is that they got them. But let's just go on the assumption that they have them. I've spent a lot of time looking into this. I can make a very strong case. And it's very strange that you said 100 because I was literally going to say I can make a strong case of how they can get 100 from the get-go. The question is if the United States would actually transfer them all at once, as opposed to what we've been doing, which is probably the more likely scenario of tranching it out over time of 3, 6, 9, 12 months, however it ends up being. But the reason I say 100 is easy for the United States to give is because the number of precision strike munitions that are being manufactured from 2021 and 2022 adds up to 100. So in my view, that's the number that the United States could give of attack-ons without losing any capability to fight any foe. Conceivably, it could be higher if the United States was willing to go into the negative a little bit about offsetting a lost capability. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. I got to be honest. I was asked a question, a hypothetical question that I wasn't expecting, and I kind of pulled an answer out of the air. Like that 100 number was not quite random, but it was based on the assumption that if I was, chief of the Ukrainian General Staff, and I was contemplating the next phase of the war against Russia, I was expecting another Russian invasion, I would want on day one to have the ability to absolutely pound flat any rail hub within 300 kilometers of Ukraine's borders. Like anywhere that a train stops, parks, turns around, is loaded or unloaded, crosses a bridge, does anything interesting, I want that to be rubble. And not just like a little bit of rubble. I'm talking like fucking powder. And when you break it down, you're talking about roughly 70 missiles to do that.
Can we get a definition on what you mean when you say some loving powder? What's the difference between a little rubble and some loving powder, sir?
I don't think I said loving powder. I think I said pounded down to fucking powder.
Oh, sorry, copulating powder. And you can explain sometimes how powder copulates, perhaps later.
Like what I'm saying here is I want the people that are responsible for repairing that bridge to be looking at it and being like, maybe in 5 years I can make this work. I don't want there to be any scope for railway replacement bridges. I want the revetments at either end collapsed. I want the ground destabilized. I want there to be nothing good to tie the foundations into, which means that I need lots and lots of Atacams or Prim 2 if it has a ground penetrating mode, because those things seem real tasty. You know, and I want them.
Air siren
I
alert
want them in
update.
ground penetrating
Kharkiv,
mode. The
all
thing
clear.
about
This message has been
GPM
generated with
is
municipal
that
data.
they don't do as much damage on the surface, but the goal here is to trash the foundations. So, you know, it takes a few more missiles to do that. So you would assign 2 missiles to each target. You would try to hit the foundations on either side, cause massive subsidence, get camouflets going, you know, the whole 9 yards. Just general engineering level dickery. So, you know, rough, you know, back of my mind math says that gives you roughly 70 missiles. There's roughly 35-point targets that you want to kill. You want to apply 2 missiles to each of them. That's 70 missiles. Allowing 1/3 for attrition, that's 100.
Air siren
I
alert
love it,
update.
Portland. I
Kharkiv,
think they're going
all
to get
clear.
them. And just
This
as
message
a
has been
reference point,
generated with
and
municipal
again,
data.
Gurney may be able to speak to this actually, but like, because you know, it's really weird with the thing with military procurement and what that like level is, that number that like the United States doesn't want to go below on X, Y, and Z munition. But just to say, I think they're producing 80 per quarter, so that's roughly 20-25 ATACMS per month. And again, they're upgrading the old version to the, I don't know, step down version. I'll call it the non cluster munition versions of the ATACMS. So they're being in accordance with the new way of the West and the new way of America of, you know, more humane way of fighting war. To these Block 2As, but you know, I believe it's 80 a quarter, so 20-25 a month. Plus, like I said, the precision strike munitions of about 100 have been made so far, and so that offsets that. So personally, for me, I'm confident they'll get at least 100. Yeah, and just for reference, like with talking with CJ, you know, when the first 4 HIMARS came in, that was delivered with 100 rocket pods. So that's, I think it's what is it, 125 per HIMARS, or 100, whatever it is, 150 per actual vehicle. So I think there's going to be inventory ramp up initially, or whatever you want to call it, like a kind of like a warehousing effect, essentially with the vehicles and that are launching the missiles, and then probably some smaller amount will probably be ebbing in and flowing in, either monthly, quarterly, however it will end up working. But personally, that's how I think it will work. I don't think 100 will be any problem for the United States to get. We have 1,600 that have been upgraded to the Block 2As. I personally would love to see the other ones, the old versions, because we have more of those. There's 2,100 that have not been upgraded. So I'm actually hoping to see the cluster munitions being used in Ukraine, because then there's a lot of those that we could be giving them, and we're not planning on using them. And in the interest, oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
If you want it to be a real dick bag, you address each target with 2 unitary warheads and a cluster munition warhead, with the cluster munitions set to be temper triggered. So anybody that turns up and tries to clean up the mess has to first demine the whole fucking area, which further adds to the delay. You know, if Russia wants to play this game of fighting wars of apocalyptic genocide in other people's countries, I think it's only fair that we turn around and make sure that, you know, the terrain that they want to attack over is liberally sprinkled with the forbidden tuna, you know? I have a feeling from the silence that nobody knows what the forbidden tuna is.
Totally agree. Take the gloves off. Like, we got to go. I mean, you got to win. I mean, I hate how the United States has kind of become this soft gloved way of like fighting war in a way. Like, you go all in or you don't go at all. Colin Powell, a guy like Colin Powell needs to be back up in the leadership role. The reason being is overwhelming force, and that's how we should be approaching this. Just like you're saying, I mean, as many attackums, as many Gimlers as humanly possible could really turn the tide. So,
yeah, and an air defense network that can reach as far inside Russian territory as possible. Like, if Russia is going to act as if it is being victimized and encircled and, threatened from all sides, pretty much regardless, because that's been their mentality since Catherine the Great. I'm of the opinion that if they're going to behave that way, frankly, we may as well make it clear that at least on their western flank, anywhere that they decide to mix it up, they're going to have to get through Ukraine and then get through Poland. And the Poles right now are a metaphorically barely restrained Rottweiler trying to smash the Article 5 button with its nose. So, the more armed to the teeth the Ukrainians are after the war, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
love the analogy, the Rottweiler analogy. I think Winston Churchill was right about Russia all along in the 1940s. The roosters are coming home to roost on Russia today. So I think we need to truly annihilate them. And to your point, Portland, I'm curious if we give them attackums, which I believe we have, and I could be wrong, not predicting, but I would foresee that Ukraine would be able to achieve air superiority with fighter jets by this time next summer. That's what I would say. If we cross that bridge of on the escalatory ladder has already been crossed for supplying high-end fighter jets. What are your thoughts on that?
So we're getting kind of a little bit out of my area of expertise, and we're into fighter jet shit, which I think is really cool, but which ultimately I don't understand any better than the rest of you. I never led fighter pilots in combat. I only understand them from an engineering point of view. What I would say is that if we gave them if they did have attackers, and I'm still dubious about that thought, but in theory, if they did have attackers and they laid in a big enough stockpile, they could hit the 36 targets that I've named, and then launch a generalized offensive. Give it 3 days for the Russians to start to panic, and then launch a generalized offensive across all theaters. I don't think that they would need air superiority, because the thing is that what they've done, certainly in the south, is that they've just reduced Russia's ability to provide air superiority of their own by about 70%. That being the case, they can probably get away with pushing an armored column through the south under a relatively thick mobile air defense umbrella consisting of Stormers and Gepards. And they can probably pull that off. The Russians, meanwhile, will be desperately short of supplies. Their morale will plummet. I don't see slave soldiers being willing to fight to the death.
With that, Gurney, I see a hand is raised.
Hey, thanks, Finance. Three questions. One for Dr. Paul and two for Portland. So I'll get the first two out rapid fire because the third one's just a regular question. Dr. Paul, what is being upgraded to Block 2? What were the capabilities? And our Precision Strike, is that also something that's going to recapitalize something else to be upgraded, or that's completely new? Sorry, that was two questions.
Yeah, so it's an awkward thing, and if you look at the 2023 fiscal budget, and I actually made a mistake initially because the United States, but the guys who are writing this are actually like saying precision strike munitions literally right after ATACMS. And what's going on is the precision strike munitions are going to be replacing the ATACMS over time, so that's a good news. The United States plans to completely upgrade a certain amount of munitions, like most towards the precision strike munition and away from ATACMS. That's great because we're willing to walk away from the ATACMS. However, there's a certain amount that are only upgraded per year from the old variant of the ATACMS, which is like August actually helped me find this. There's 3,700 ATACMS ultimately ever produced. Of those, 2,100 are going to be upgraded towards the Block 2A. And then of those, 1,600, I believe, have been actually upgraded so far. So there's this number between 3,700 total ATACMS Block 1 version and 2,100 that are going to be upgraded to Block 2 2A version. Does that make sense, Gurney?
Okay. So they're actually recapitalizing some older munition and turning it into a Block 2. It's an actual, they're recapitalizing old equipment. Is that correct?
Yeah, two reasons. One, Barack Obama administration, and I told Finance this, in line with the United States, soft gloving of war, is like no longer a fan of cluster munitions. So that's one reason. The other reason was that apparently the ATACMS have a 10-year life expectancy, or at least that's how it reads to me. Not to say it only lasts 10 years, but the life expectancy is how it reads to me, is that, they are going to be prolonged in this life extension program for another 10 years, plus upgrading the unitary to the new modern unitary and alternate warhead format. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yep. And then the subset of that, the last one there. I thought precision strike munition was something completely separate and new. No, those will be a recapitalization effort.
They are entirely separate and new, 100%. That's my point. So, in my view, and I could be wrong, Gurney, and tell me if I'm wrong, but in my view, the number of precision strike munitions that we have made in 2021 and 2022, we're totally okay then to give away that number of the old ATACMS that have been upgraded to the new variant and align with our ethical viewpoint of war to the Ukraine, because we aren't losing any capability there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. You're talking on a net basis, right? I don't know enough of the numbers to
Correct.
It sounds like it makes sense. I don't know the number myself. But let me go to the next one here. Sorry, my audio was being choppy and it's cutting in and out. So, Portland, what was the quickest recap of the closest thing you think struck Saki? I missed that part, but just was it ATACMS in your book, or was this a Ukrainian system, or not any of the above?
Well, I don't have a concrete answer because I've seen a lot of people doing the math on this, and I'm afraid that they've been doing it wrong, because they've been comparing crater sizes in Packed Earth against the crater sizes at Saki. And the crater sizes at Saki were craters in grade 4 concrete, which requires you to use a different set of equations. I actually had to look this up. There's a superb paper on the subject by hold on, I have it downloaded on my phone. I had to go back and rememorize all of this shit again.
Oh, no, it's okay, Portland. I didn't.
Ivana Bielovic. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't know if you thought it was one way or the other. That's perfectly okay.
Well, here's what we know, right? Warheads between 450 and 500 kilos. That's point one. Two, impact crater is perfectly circular or nearly perfectly circular with no ejector fans. That means that it was a ballistic missile. Three, at around the same time, there was a magnetic anomaly detected in the vicinity of Odessa, which had an extinction velocity of Mach 2.5. That's not consistent with ATACMS. So we have the wrong size warhead, the wrong extinction velocity speed, and there are certain qualities that are consistent with ATACMS, extremely accurate, what else? Where are my notes on this one?
I mean, so you're leaning towards, you're leaning, it sounds like you're leaning towards ballistic missile of some sort.
I'm not leaning towards a ballistic missile. I am saying for sure, based on the size and shape of those craters, there is only one way of explaining that, and that is a ballistic missile. It was a ballistic missile with a warhead between 450 and 500 kilos, with an accuracy better than 5 meters. That's what we know. It's possible. So the unitary warhead in ATACMS is only 225 kilos, which is about half the lower bound of what I'm looking at. So that's out. It can't have been ATACMS. That said, ATACMS can carry 560 kilos of submunitions. So there is no particularly rigid theoretical reason why you couldn't take ATACMS and stuff a bigger unitary warhead in it. It's just that nobody has. So it's theoretically plausible that it's ATACMS with an unusually large warhead. It is.
Wait, that's crazy to me. I didn't know this factoid here. So hang on a second. So maybe this is in the upgrade process, but that seems crazy that there's, regardless of the hollow cavity or whatever, and maybe this is, again, to Dr. Paul's point, this is a holdover.
Yeah, and also aerodynamic balancing. Rockets need to be balanced in such a way as to prevent them from tumbling in flight. And this is quite difficult to do.
So let me just go to the real. Because I'm sorry I'm speeding up here because my phone keeps going out, and I got my third one I got to ask you here. So if the ATACMS was added with extra payload, and if there's the potential for tumbling, and yet it achieves greater than 5 meter CEP or ATACMS, how are they doing this in your head? How do you think they would be doing that if it was stuffed? And they're compromising on distance here. Is that what makes the equation shorter distance, carry the payload, and they can accommodate for some tumbling?
I mean, honestly, the thing is that they would have had to solve that problem. They would have had to figure out how to design the warhead in such a way as to prevent tumbling. That's why the unitary warhead is only 225 kilos. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just saying that it's not beyond the realms of plausibility, given that what we are looking at is 5 meters accuracy, ballistic missile, 500 kilo warhead, extinction velocity exceeding Mach 2.5. You know, the only thing on that list that says that this wasn't an ATACMS is the warhead is the wrong size. Okay, well, if the warhead is the wrong size, you have to consider the possibility that this is an ATACMS that they've just stuffed extra payload into. The other alternative is HRIM-2, which has the right payload size, is available, even if only in small numbers. Testing has been completed, and then the Ukrainian government went extremely quiet about production. But then nobody knew about Neptune until they sank the Moskva with it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm leaning towards HRIM-2 because I think that is more plausible than a modified ATACMS.
And maybe Dr. Paul could answer this. My question: how did we know on the ATACMS that there's a cavity or extra payload weight? Is that something in the open source realm?
No. So Portland brought up a very good point that I actually didn't know. And what I was going to say, Portland, to Gurney too, in my view, what we learned with the standard Gimlers, the standard old school, they aren't that old school, but 2019 Gimlers, they have longer range than the publicly disclosed, right? So in my view, the public range includes a standoff range behind a quote unquote enemy line. So in my view, the range represents behind that front line in the safety standoff range. Not to say I know, that's just what my assumption is. And the other thing that CJ and I talked about, which is very intriguing to me, I don't know how feasible it is, but if Portland's right about the brims, and I'm probably saying it wrong, if they are truly able to assemble at this, state of the war ballistic missiles, why can't the United States transfer all the TACMs and they can do some stuff with them and assemble them on site somehow? We just not necessarily in Ukraine, could be Poland, Bulgaria, wherever, Germany, wherever it could be. That's another thing CJ and I discussed as a potential avenue and of this. But I think it was a range thing. Portland brings up the balancing, which is obviously critical. The other thing, Portland, which you were probably the best person to answer, is the propellants, I believe, have also been upgraded in the new versions of ATACMS. Don't know what that means much. The first time I heard the word propellant was probably like 6 to 8 months ago. So I know there's a lot of chemistry there, but just to say that there's upgraded propellants, and the fact that the United States can launch these long-range artillery shells.
Siren alert update. Donetsk,
or other
all
artillery
clear.
shells.
This message has been generated with municipal
reading
data.
A quote from the guy who's leading the long-range artillery program for the United States Army is, we finally got the propellant right. And so to me, that says that's changed too in a quite substantial way. I don't know how that changes everything else in the equations, Portland, but that I believe is also a key consideration with the new version of the ATACMS.
So, the big thing that the U.S. Army is looking at with extending the range of artillery is actually ramjets. That blows my mind. You launch this thing out of an artillery gun. It's going so fast that the ramjet can operate.
Here, siren alert update.
You have a ramjet
Donetsk,
sustainer.
all clear.
To get
This
you
message
to
has
higher
been
and
generated
higher
with municipal data.
longer and longer ranges. And they just conducted a successful test in Norway where they managed to take an M777 and have it launch a ramjet-assisted 155 millimeter round 70 kilometers. So that's ramjets. Now, the thing about rocket propellants is that the old Block 1 ATACMS used butadiene acrylonitrile. The new version uses a similar chemical, which is hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene. And the urgent thing that you need to know about these things is that they have this quality called exhaust velocity, or specific impulse, which is basically a measure of how much momentum you can transfer with a given weight of propellant. Regular butadiene acrylonitrile has a specific impulse of around 225 seconds. Hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene has a specific impulse of around 295 seconds. So you can use the same amount of propellant and attain greater speeds, or slow your burn rate so that your engine cutout occurs at much higher altitude and attain much greater range that way rather than by sheer speed. And that actually can be more efficient, because the faster you go, the more violently the air resists your movements. So if you can keep your motor burning for longer, so that you begin the ballistic proportion of your trajectory much higher and much closer to the target, then, you know, that has some very serious advantages.
Thank you, Portland. And I'm still going to get my third one here, but just to go back to that, on the ATACMS, on the extra payload capacity, could you disclose how we know that? I'm just curious on that part.
Oh, that's public source.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, so
you can literally look that up on Wikipedia.
So let me go to my third one here, and Dr. Paul, please stay for this one, because this just still applies to the missiles here. I briefly heard you talk about, I don't know if it was in reference to ATACMS or any munition, and I believe you're talking about some sort of ground cavitation that may have been happening. I heard it as ground destabilization. I think we're primarily talking about railroads. So my question just surrounds the time frame. How do we think that it would take that? I guess I have a couple questions around. I don't know. How do we know it to be true? Not the effect that it can have on ground destabilization, but the time frame needed for the Russians to relay rail or reroute rail. Could you just talk about that ground destabilization?
Well, that's basic civil engineering. That's like engineering 142. That's bachelor's level shit. The first thing that you have to do when you're setting up major infrastructure is you've got to make sure that the ground can support the weight without subsidence. The thing about munitions like ATACMS is that one of the things that they can do is penetrate deeply under the ground and then detonate, creating a camouflage, which results then in significant subsidence for a significant distance all around. That requires the Russians to either route their railways around these camouflages, or to fill them, stabilize them, tamp the ground down, get it all stabilized and settled again, and then they can start rebuilding the rails over the top. And when you look at how this is done in, this is actually a thing that is done routinely when you're laying rail, because if you've got to lay rail over anything other than like benign soil, you've got to prepare the ground under the rails to take the weight of the train. That's why rail is usually on raised embankments when it's not going through cities, where it can rely on the concrete and asphalt of the city to guarantee it can take the weight. If you put a couple of ATACMS into the base of that causeway, well, that causeway is going to collapse. You're going to have major subsidence problems, and you are talking about months to repair that. before you can even start thinking about laying new rail.
So I get the concept. I guess I'm trying to understand the relationship between something, say, ATACMS-sized warhead, and if it has a delayed fuse on it. I'm just trying to get an idea of the scope of it, because I want to make that next leap in my head, the calculation to say, why does it take months to do that? Because rail companies are fairly good, whether it's bypassing sections or whether it's compaction and vibration, and other tricks to sort of distribute the weight load across a larger surface area, which has greater effects. But I'm just trying to understand how deep and how wide would that subsistence be? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around how they couldn't out engineer that shorter than 6 months.
So a 225-pound warhead going off 60 feet below the ground is going to destabilize the ground for probably 150 meters in every direction. Because the thing is that the denser an object, the more easily a shockwave propagates through it, right? And then you get all of these micro fissures, which then begin to subside in on one another, resulting in significant subsidence, which is something that, like, really you can't tolerate as a train track operator.
I'm just, I'm trying to imagine it here, and I've seen some test videos of different rail experiments, and how much is actually needed, whether it wasn't actually through subsidence here, but how much was actually needed in terms of buckled tracks and shifted tracks, and ultimately upwards to cut sections of track, and then cut sections of track and curve, and curved section with buckles. And I was quite surprised at how much actually they could all be buckled and the train not derail. So I was quite surprised. But I guess to simplify it here, so if it's 150 meters, regardless of this is a wartime effort. I'm just, the one thing the Russians are good at is train, and with thousands of kilometers of train track that need repair daily, whether this is through Siberia, whether this is just subsistence, or even landslides. I mean, even Americans do this fairly quickly, in at a greater volume than I think most people realize. So even getting away from the subsistence problem, if it's 150 meters, shifting your rail, putting in temporary railheads, not railheads, but almost a temporary siding, that would be 300 to 500 meters in length to get the section you need to bypass 150 meters. That seems within the realm of possibility, unless terrain dictates it wasn't, and that's something that I would imagine they could do within a matter of days, if the ground was already suitable, and if it wasn't suitable, that they could do that with a few extra days there. So I'm just trying to make that leap to 6 months, and even if they tackle the subsistence problem, even if it's just a few inches of buckling, because they've came in, they've compacted the soils, with vibrating rollers and stuff, and they've whether or not they've added even the ties themselves, they instead of a 12-foot tie, or a 9-foot tie, or whatever their width is on those, increasing that to say 15 feet, or adding additional stabilizers off the end of it. I mean, all that seems to add up to more than enough to run trains over that, especially in a wartime environment. I mean, I'm just guessing here, but I know Newseum, maybe he could come up here, but am I wrong in that? I mean, 150 meters doesn't seem like it's long enough to big enough to produce something that's insurmountable, on a 1 week or week and a half time frame for them, for rail at least.
So there is a reason that I suggested that you would want to use multiple missiles to address each target, right? Because what I would want to do is primarily focus on large area targets like switching yards. That would be one. The next thing would be bridges. And the next thing would be anywhere that the train has to pass through a narrow pass. Right? So you're going to take advantage of terrain features. The other thing is that solutions like vibrating rollers only compact the earth relatively close to the surface.
Axel's driving at the moment, but he said 150 meters is too wide. 40 to 50 was an estimated radius, and soil composition is a big factor, which I can attest to that. I've had some experience with location construction on oil sites. I was going to mention that to Dryfly earlier in the evening when we were talking about grain storage. He mentioned that the temporary storage silo they'd set up near his hometown was set on a concrete pad, and that is not required, but some minimal grading and soil compaction are, building up some a gravel pad would probably be a good idea, just so you didn't have the earth settle when you piled a few tons of grain on it. That's a totally different topic.
Now, gentlemen, can I ask, while I have Ryan and Portland here, what would one of these things, if fired at, say, a very large natural gas or oil extraction field, have a significant boom effect by basically lighting the whole thing on fire, given its ability to penetrate the earth?
No.
Yeah, you would expect it to be pretty. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I mean, I personally would have expected it to be quite spectacular, but I could be wrong. I don't know anything about it.
Well, it's not going to ignite within the wellbore. It would create a god-awful mess and a leak. If they hit one of the Druzhba compressor stations or pumping stations, yeah, that would make a massive mess. But hitting wells and you could have, and we did batch drilling where we would do 7 or 8 wells, sometimes 10 wells on a single pad. I don't know that Russia has started utilizing batch drilling technology unless they have some kind of shale reservoirs that they've developed already. So yeah, theoretically you could nail 6 or 7 wellheads all at once and create a huge Kuwaiti style problem. I don't know that that's something Ukraine or any Western nation supplying. I don't know that that's something the U.S. would greenlight, and I don't know that it's something a tactic that Ukraine would want to take on anyway.
It doesn't sound like a good use of 6 of these, quite frankly, if that's how many.
No, exactly. And they're not going to hit one centralized point and ignite a whole bunch of wells at adjacent.
Yeah, that's
paths.
where I was going with this.
You're not going to have that kind of situation.
One of these couldn't just take out a just massive oil field, because then it might be an interesting.
Yeah, no, you're going to need oxygen for that to feed the fire, and it's not like these fires will travel down the wellbore or anything and move over to other wells. That's not how this works.
Ryan, have you Joseph Thomason's not up here, but where is it? Turkmenistan? You mean we're not going to open up the gates to whatever they call gates to hell?
I actually have some friends that have been to the gates to hell. I really regret not taking that trip, but I was too busy working for an oil company at the time. That was a problem of location construction and them not properly building a pad to set their rig on. If I recall correctly, they were in mid drill, when they realized that there was a whole bunch of subsidence around that location, and they had to evacuate that mid drilling op, and the rig ended up sinking into the ground, if I'm not mistaken. And it's still burning 30 years on. But Turkmenistan has some interesting geology. The same reason that the gates to hell are still burning 30 years later are the same reasons that people had really salacious footage of natural gas or flame coming out of their water spigots in Pennsylvania. It's a natural occurrence. That's, play on words, natural gas. It will find things like that will find their way to the surface naturally and can. You can have really shallow coal bed methane deposits. There have been instances here in Oklahoma where people were drilling a well. What they call it when you first drop the bit onto the ground is spudding. So they spud a well and drill down, 50 feet, set some casing, and then move off with the spud rig and move a big rig on that has much more horsepower and can go way deeper. Typically, they don't expect to see anything before 500 feet as far as gas or any flammable substance, and they'll drill way down past the water table in the company I worked for, we drilled triple the required limit, which was 500 feet. So we would drill down 1,500 feet and set our first string of casing, which would isolate anything that comes out of the well from the water table. In one instance, in my decade of working in that business, I heard of a situation where they caught a kick or had some gas much sooner than they expected, and it was an extreme anomaly. But yeah, the gates to hell are an interesting topic, and I'm not going to say that couldn't happen in Russia somewhere, but we're not firing ATACMS into Russia, so not really a problem.
But let me go back to the train thing real quick here, and just there's two or three different examples I kind of just want to use or relate to. Train and rail in specific is much more resilient than I imagined it would be. And there's been a couple experiences. So just talking about whether it's subsistence or neglect of rail track, you can see some crazy videos that will blow your mind where just what we would call from a Western standard neglected track. So track that is severely buckled left and right and up and down, the variance by inches. And you can look down the track and there's first person video of these trains. And the engineers will tell you like specific sections where they're like, yeah, I hate that section, but nonetheless is the trains roll down it with aplomb. I can't say people are happy about it, yet it exists, and it usually exists in these small sections of track where it goes to a much smaller private company owns a section, and it might be, in a poorly serviced area. But that's just one thing. There's a rail siding personally that literally fell that's near me in a landslide. It's an elevated portion around a curve. It's on a hill, so it's probably 200 meters up a hill halfway. There's no left and right width, and that hill just sheared off. It's like a 40-degree angle before the rail was sort of cut into the side of this, but the soil just sheared off. So it's not actual 100% rock. It's a mixture of soil and that. Soil went away. I was amazed that it must have been less than 2 weeks. This was not a straight piece of track either. This was a curve around said hill. And remember, it's about 200 meters up, and it still has 200 meters at the top. There's nowhere the rail could have gone anywhere left or right other than in its exact place. They had that ground reestablished and temporarily stabilized, and the train rolling within 2 weeks. Now, I don't know if that met their safety standards because they continued work for the next couple of months, putting concrete all the way down that hill to stabilize it further for permanence. But I mean, literally, the whole prominence of that hill disappeared in a landslide, and the tracks literally were hanging off, 200 meters below it. And in my mind, that was not an engineering fix that I saw happening in 2 weeks, and yet it did. And so the third thing I'm just going to go back to is and I hate to say this because I'd love for rail to be the singular factor that can help Ukraine win this by targeting it. And I'm going to exclude bridges. I'm going to exclude that because those are key pieces that I believe could be successful. But let me just go back to this. The Russians have built rail in Siberia, in other permafrost, in other subsistence-prone areas, peat bog type areas, for literally the last 100 years. They do it well, and we wouldn't say that they even have the same level of safety tolerances that we prefer in the West for our commercials. Run a train down it. If it ends up falling off, great, you found the problem, you'll fix it, you'll find somebody else to repair it, and you'll still run trains down it. I mean, and those things get washed out by annual floods every year. So I just, as much as I'd love it to be the case, I don't think these precision strike munitions on rail, not rail bridges, I don't think that's going to necessarily be the answer. I think that they're going to be able to find reroutes, and that their capabilities and their tolerances and what just rail tolerances in general are much more versatile than we give rail credit for. And that's all I'll say on that.
2 questions, Gurney. How long ago did this washout or subsidence thing happen? Has it been since the pandemic? Was this in the midst of the huge logistics crisis where they would have dedicated more resources and possibly placed a higher importance on it?
No, this was pre-pandemic.
Okay. Well, in either case, if that is a major artery of the rail network and not just some rail spur that services, a few businesses or a smaller section of line, it might have made a huge difference in their logistical capabilities, and trains run on schedules. And I mean, I could foresee that being a 24-hour operation with, all hands on deck for a railroad if they lose, a major segment of their rail network.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was massive. You're correct, right? There was no other alternate, and it probably cut off several hundred upstream miles that wouldn't have an easy, workaround. Triangulating from somewhere else would have been, hundreds of miles of reroute. But I didn't think it was solvable. I'll just say this is because literally there was not even any place to put equipment on that hill, because not only the height of the track on that washed out, but literally, it was in length. It was also almost 200 meters of length that just literally dropped out. So, in my head, I was just thinking, well, I don't know how you get the assets to fix that. The ground is gone, but you can't even put anything near it, right? But yet they did with cranes, and from both edges they worked out. And I was impressed, to say the least. Now, look, that's not applicable in and of itself, but I do think sometimes we do look at taking out rail as something that is easy. And even when you watch some of these videos of rail buckles or specific cuts in rails and specific cuts in rail turns, specifically designed to test derailment of trains, I was never more surprised in my life than to see loaded trains and loaded engines, taking 3 to 5 inch, not just downward gaps, but upwards of 3 to 4 feet, 5 feet cut, and still jumping across that with the plum. So I'd love rail choke points to be the answer to this, but outside of rail bridges, I don't know if subsidence is something that is insurmountable.
I would think that if they know, and just for the spirit of playing devil's advocate here, I would suspect that if the Russian army rail repair crews knew they were going to repair an ATACMS strike, there might be a few people who didn't want to volunteer. Knowing you're already in range and then being sent out as the poor suckers who drew the short straw to go and repair it. That sounds about as hazardous as unloading one of those ammo trains at the moment.
Fair point, right? And yet, for the HIMARS strikes, again, I'm not taking the Russian position on this. If I held that to be true, we wouldn't get these poor sap Russians that have knowledge of other ammo warehouses going up. We wouldn't get anyone to sort of create new ammo dumps for them, and yet they are in some capacity, a much more limited capacity than prior. But I would love for everyone to be scared senseless and be like, look, I'm not going there.
Yeah, we need all Russians to see all of Ukraine in exactly the same way those beachgoers saw Crimea the day before yesterday. And it looks like Tim is trying to get on, but I think he's having some connectivity issues.
Yeah, I think Portland also was trying to get up.
I started it, but now y'all have took that from me, and I'm perfectly healthy with my Twitter, and y'all just have problems.
Yeah, your Twitter pox are contagious, but I should be quiet while I still have a good connection.
I was gonna, if Portland, if you're out there listening, my other question was just going to be, how do we tell the audience, or how do we rule out? There's been some talk. I think it's kind of silly, but of ground place munitions on the Saki airfield, whether they're time delay or whether, regardless of that. But if you're out there, Portland, they can hear that. I'm sure you can come up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. He usually gives us a little warning before he signs out for the evening. Gurney, were you online earlier this evening, or I don't know, probably about 6-8 hours ago when Chuck Farrer was on?
No, unfortunately, I was hanging drywall at that moment.
Oh, lucky you. I think I was installing vinyl flooring in a closet. I was listening to the space, though, and Mr. Farrer explained to us that if that were a special ops situation, they would have attacked the planes individually within the revetments, and even if they were placing a much larger single or 3 or 4 charges, the positioning of them would have been entirely different. They would have put them in the center of the revetments instead of out to the corners. I'm assuming that you've seen some of the aftermath photos with the craters highlighted.
Oh yeah, Ryan. I mean, I should have phrased that as a rhetorical question, but I like.
I know. All I was explaining for the benefit of the other listeners was Chuck had mentioned, and Chuck being SEAL Team 6 commander, I think he would know better than anyone else. Anyone else who could offer information to the space.
Did he? I'm sure he hit on the. Look, these guys are not going to carry singular 500 kilogram explosives or break them down in smaller increments, but to bring them up here. To your point here, right? They'd be using smaller munitions. They'd be using white phosphorus to burn through the cockpits. They'd be using a lot lighter things to attack them directly and dispersed, as opposed to hauling in 500. I mean, can you just imagine the size and the bulk of not only just doing this stealthily, but to then accumulate all of that, all of the weight of that explosive while maintaining stealth, while maintaining operational security, and then it either happened in broad daylight, or you then magically hid said size of explosives and risked putting them on a time delay fuse to blow up in daylight. It just it flies in the face of it. So I hope he addressed all of that wonderfully.
All of the above. He guesstimated approximately 500 pounds of C4 is what it would take to create craters of that size. And then he mentioned at one point that while he was still in the service, he had the benefit of getting an after-action report from some British SAS soldiers who were involved in the Falklands War, and they had gone over them, had basically recapped an assault on an airbase that they did in Argentina. And he mentioned that the SAS guys, when they attacked this airbase there, the leader of the crew told all of his guys, look, you've got 5 minutes, have all the fun you want, but be back here. And basically they just ran around tossing hand grenades into cockpits. But again, exactly
you know why
opposite.
that is, Ryan, because it's the weight ratio, right? They can't physically carry that much explosives.
You're not going to ruck all that stuff in when you're operating as special forces and you have to cover maybe 5 to 15 miles.
Yeah, the time frames are trying to meet and to keep stealth and to complete the mission and to get out of there. I mean, right? The payoff, the weight of a smaller C4 or a Willie Pete grenade, right? It will disable the aircraft, and perhaps more parts of the aircraft are salvageable, right? But you're still going to disable that aircraft for months. If not, a year and a half, even if you drop a white phosphorus grenade in the cockpit or a fragmentation grenade or whatever it is, replaces a smaller C4 charge, right? It sort of flies in the face of reality that this is not just an occupied airbase, right? An active airbase that even under the poorest of circumstances, even with no perimeter security, is still going to have active participants that are moving these planes, that are working on these planes. Whether it's not spotting the infiltration, but I mean, geez, what are 1,500 pounds of dispersed explosives in 3 different locations, and they're gonna, then after that successful, infill of that they're just gonna, wait a few hours to detonate it in broad daylight. It just, it flies in the face of, hey, look, I said it maybe a day or two ago. If that was a boots on the ground, literally bringing stuff in there, I'll eat my hat. But it may have been assisted by some hidden boots on the ground from a distance or partisans or whatever. But I don't think anyone carried 1,500 pounds of explosives in there, and set it up in 3 locations, and then waited for it to go off in broad daylight.
Well, and he's got some tactical planning experience and training, and he explained very clearly that the positioning of the craters was indicative of a rocket attack, not a ground-based special forces unit, performing some kind of sabotage mission. He said essentially hitting the outside corners with a giant missile or rocket attack was standard operating procedure for using that type of equipment. If they were going to have attacked from the ground with some kind of special forces team, it would have looked entirely different. To your point, though, he didn't have any rebuttal. I think actually, on the contrary, he agreed that there was probably some sympathetic support on the ground, whether that was partisans or a Russian spy or who knows. But he said, obviously, they had a little help or assistance in selecting their target and making sure the munition was dialed in with the proper GPS coordinates before they fired.
And I'm sure for the timing of it too, right? I'm sure the cycles of that airfield, it ebbs and flows, right? The operational tempo. in that somebody or someone was studying it through multiple methods. I'm sure satellite one of them. I'm sure other platforms, and I'm sure on the ground, right? But I never want to keep leaving it to luck for the Ukrainians. Just not just performing the strike, but if it's upwards of 17 planes and everything that looked like it was still intact but isn't intact, that's on the ground, is basically a total loss. I don't want to chalk that up to hey, they pulled this strike off, it just happened to take this off. I mean, there could be some hours of the day or some days of the week or days of the month where that airfield is at a low tempo, and there might not be planes there, or the planes might be on sorties, or there might not be as much munitions stored in those warehouses or stored sympathetically next to some of the planes to make it worse. I believe that the Ukrainians are not only methodical in their targeting, but that they're looking for opportunities to increase the effect of it. And so I just, my hat's still off to them for taking out that basically that entire squadron or two.
I was only disappointed that the ammo dumps didn't go with. I was almost sure that those ammo dumps had been targeted, and I was pretty surprised to see that they were both still intact, and all of that smoke and fire came just from striking the airplane fleet. But as was mentioned a few hours ago when we had Chuck on, those planes were probably all sympathetic targets, I think, as he termed them. And by that, he meant, probably fully loaded with fuel and a few pieces of jewelry hung under the wings that provided some secondary explosions.
Yeah, whether it's eyes on the ground or other platforms, watching and studying what is their operational shift like? When do they like to fuel up? Has it been irregular? Do they tend to perform at certain hours? When do they usually have their crew availability? Things like that, right? So I can imagine that the more people that were there, the more these planes were operational but parked, whether they were refueling for the next day or refueling for the current day, right? You could have had a probably lesser effect. But just looking at those satellite photos of the before picture, it doesn't seem like many planes that were there in the before were not destroyed or were not still parked there in a destroyed state in the after. So I mean, and that was most of those revetments, and that was most of that flight line on the taxiway where those aircraft were there and parked, either waiting to go or waiting to be refueled. If you're looking for the prize for taking out most of an airfield, that probably is an example of taking out most of an airfield without actually taking out most of the airfield.
Did we get any update on any pilots killed or casualties? I don't recall hearing that, but I've slept since then, so.
Yes, there was a casualty report. Are we talking about the Saki Air Base?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a casualty estimation, I think. I don't know if I'd call it a report. And there was some decent personnel killed, it seemed like. That number was not zero or low. I think it was 30 to 60 something.
That's a lot of pilots.
I don't know if they were all pilots. They were just personnel that were on near the vicinity, but that's still a decent quantity of personnel to go with what was a significant amount of war material and a significant amount of airstrip material as well. So, and obviously the psychological joy of scaring the living daylights out of a bunch of Russians in occupied Crimea.
So, what has?
I mean, it was a beam throwing contest, right? I mean, I'd love to get an understanding of the size and weight of that beam and how far that was thrown. I mean, the one through the car.
I think someone had geolocated that to like at least 100 meters. Somebody geolocated it and had it on a map and drew out the exact parking lot that car was in, and it was quite a distance. That beam would either have been bolted and secured to another beam or bolted and secured to the ground. So for it to have moved that far and then skewered a car, I think was indicative of an extremely large explosion. There were videos. I think Yehuda shared a video that was reported to have been over a kilometer away, and the whole building was just thrashed. There wasn't a window left in it.
That's pretty rough. Oh, and looks like our Tim finally made it up, and looks like our good buddy Gunny is here. Gunny, welcome to the Twitter Pox Day. There's Twitter Pox today. I started it. I seem to have gotten over it, but I've given it to everybody else. So you're up, sir, but we don't know how long you'll be able to talk.
Yeah, morning all. I just thought I'd pop in. I'm at work, so I might have to disappear. I've seen some more stuff about this, about the airfield and what it was hit by. Just looking at it from my point of view, I wasn't T-Farms when I left the Navy and joined the Army. I was a bit of a REMF, but armed guarding, counter-terrorism of sites, etc. Physical security was kind of my bag. So for me, if you logically connected, so we'll have they won't have walking patrols. They're reasonable to. They probably use UAVs.
Is Gunny breaking up for you guys?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Gunny,
your audio.
You can hear us.
Go ahead.
Hi, how's comms now?
Yeah, no. Good.
In point of view. Airfield.
Gunny, we're losing your audio in and out again. So you are part robot, part just in and out.
Yeah, it's just crap, isn't it? Past couple of days.
Yes, it's been absolutely awful. Why don't you try restarting the space and hopefully we can hear you? That's the best I've got. Don't ask how many times we went up. Good morning, Doman. How are you?
I'm right. Just sorting some admin stuff.
We were very curious in the evening what was going on in Serbia and Kosovo.
No idea.
And figured some people might have asked you what your expertise was.
No idea. Haven't had time to see if anybody asked.
All right, Doman is too busy to be the expert we know him to be.
His DMs are so full, he doesn't bother to look at them anymore.
I call that a successful evening. Gurney, welcome back.
No, I was just going to say when Gunny gets back up here, I think he's going to talk about physical security or some airbase security, just from his perspective.
I sent him an invite. Gunny, did you crawl out of that well?
Yeah, hello one, this is the other one, radio, check over.
Loud and clear.
This is what I was going to say.
Do you work in a
Oh no, it's like the radio check worked really good, and then Gunny broke up.
Doing lots of sorties.
Gunny,
I feel like this is
Gunny. Your reception has been drinking one shots.
Again.
And now it's clear, but it was heavily drunk previously.
Jesus Christ, Twitter.
Now I can hear you. When you complain about Twitter, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, it's an absolute pile, isn't it, today? So you're getting through the perimeter undetected, making their way from aircraft to aircraft on a flight line, planting charges, and then doing the exfil without being spotted at all.
How are you hearing Gunny when he's listed as a listener?
He's listed as a speaker for me.
Yeah, shut up, Finance. We were going good. You just ruined it.
Wait, he's listed as a speaker for you guys?
Yeah, Finance, you must have become co-host as Gunny was.
No, I've been stuck as co-host forever.
Well, Finance apparently did give Gunny the Twitter pox. Apparently, I'm just gonna blame Finance blatantly for this. I don't know.
I had horrific Twitter pox. I've given it to everybody as I stabilized. Gunny, welcome back.
I didn't actually leave, to be honest. I can hear all of you.
You're fine, Gunny. We've been having some glitches with host and co-host. Finance and I were playing musical chairs a couple of hours ago. You're crystal clear now, so continue. Finance can turn on his closed captioning. Take it away, Gunny.
Radio check over.
You are crystal clear now.
Yeah, that won't last. Fucking unbelievable. So I think what happened was I think the airfield had a QRA, probably like a combat air patrol ready to go, and I think probably a strike package for sort of low notice ground support, and that's why we saw the big explosions. I think the aircraft were all bombed up, fueled up, probably with air crew, if not inside, then kind of hanging around, ready to do ready for a shout. I think they probably killed a lot of ground crew and a lot of pilots as well. But I was also looking at the size of the explosions. I think there were some air weapons dumps that were hit, probably in the open. I think the silly bastards were storing munitions probably out in the open as well. But for me, just the idea of a strike team mincing around a Russian airfield in wartime, planting blocks of C4 on different things and not being spotted, it just seems really, really far-fetched, to be honest. Getting in and out of a military base, it's not the easiest thing in the world, and doing it undetected. I think we'd be talking about the insider threat here. It would have to be someone on the inside, maybe a local civilian contractor. But even then, if you walk from aircraft to aircraft on a flight line, carrying a massive Bergen full of C4 charges, that would be pretty ballsy. So I still think that this is probably an air raid of some kind.
So, okay, then what are the chances that Steven Seagal really does work for the CIA and he did this?
Yeah, I mean, cutting about an airfield is one thing, but that fat bastard cutting around an airfield, he'd definitely be seen, wouldn't he, in his chef's whites. So, yeah.
That's the secret, though. He's skinny, and he's wearing a fat suit that was built out of C4.
Yeah, and a big false
all
nose
ruse.
stash. Yeah, I can see it.
Maybe I'll take this moment to maybe comment on the Ukrainian ambiguity here, and that's there's still enough ambiguity left that not only I'm sure Ukraine is having a little bit of fun at the Russians' expense, assuming that the Russians don't know. It's likely that the Russians do know, but if they don't fully know how it was all put together, I do think Ukraine is using that last little bit of ambiguity on this to make whether it's the average grunt just getting a rumor, look over his back twice and say, hey, do we have an insider feeding info? Do we have partisans watching us? Do we have somebody talking about our flight operations? And look, this could be satellite. This could be all the above. This could be watching from a distance. But that last bit of ambiguity really just drives the punch home. Hey, look, we have this capability. and it's likely that it's a ballistic missile. But on top of that, you're not gonna fully know how we're pulling this off, and maybe it's part of your own guys helping us out, maybe it's part of our guys that are watching you, or maybe it's a combination of all of those. But you're probably going to look over your shoulder thinking, even if you know it's not likely an explosive on the ground, I bet if you work that flight line, you might be thinking, did I miss something the other day? Did Bob put something over there? Was there a big box sitting there? Even if it's not remotely plausible, but such a devastating incident happened, you're probably going to be having some irrational thoughts about those around you and whether everyone's on the same team, or if somebody's been a turncoat, or if something was out of place. You're going to be thinking twice about that, and that's going to have a huge hit on both morale, but also operations. Not just that airfield, but other airfields.
And if I'm not mistaken, Finance mentioned that they had scrambled the remaining aircraft to a different airfield that was also within the same range.
That was not me. There is another airstrip in the area that they could have moved to, but I do not know where they moved remaining aircraft.
Who was that then? Somebody told me they had moved it, and I could have sworn it was here in the space, and there was laughter about the fact that they had moved the aircraft to another airfield that was also easily within range. Sorry for misattributing that, though, Finance. That is out of your wheelhouse, I suspect.
Yeah, by the time I would be saying something like that, it's been reported by every military expert we have like 15 different times.
Exactly. Same
so
here.
If you're quoting me, it's like the most known military fact we have on space. Herm, welcome up. I've only tried to bring you up 15 times a day. Glad you could finally make it. I want to call on you before you lose audio. Herm, what do we got?
TwitterHatesMe.com. All right. I had actually a technical question towards John or Portland, and I think they both said that. But so Portland said something in his analysis of if it was ATACMS or not, that there was this observation of a missile launch via magnetometers from different sources where triangulated this magnetic anomaly to Odessa blast, and that was consistent with a Mach 2.5 velocity, and which would then rule out ATACMS, something to that effect. And I was just wondering, which missile actually does reach Mach 2.5 at launch? Is it even possible? And the reason why I'm asking is specific. I looked at the data of those magnetometers, that was presented on the internet, and they looked pretty much like a Gates function. So you have a sharp increase, then you have a plateau, and then you have a sharp decline. And from what I understand, that it's a magnetic signal that I'm catching up is related to the displacement of air, and similar to sound, like acoustic, related to the phenomenon that you hear when air is displaced. They are related to intensity, how fast air is displaced, and that's where they got that number from. And later there was a big spike when the explosion occurred in Crimea. So I was just wondering about what is actually well, it's another missile that can actually do this Mach 2.5 at launch. It sounds like a little bit implausible to me to have a ballistic missile going that fast at start in Odessa. They're typically reaching that speed, from my understanding, more towards the end of their trajectory. And could it be like an overlap of let's say that the temporal resolution of this detector that was delivering that is simply giving us a false sense of a readout what the speed really was. And there I'm aware that most of the physics guys are out here, but I just want to throw it out before I drop again.
Does anyone want to tackle this one? And to be fair, Doman is coming up, and hopefully he can answer because he is a physics guy. Doman, did you catch the question?
No, sorry, I was busy. Can you give me one sentence of the question?
Yeah, what's going on in Serbia and Kosovo?
Oh no, I think I caught the question. Okay, Herm. So when a rocket takes off, it goes from 0 to very quickly, very fast, because it has a big amount of what's basically explosives. They're not really explosives, but they might as well be strapped to the back of it. So there's a sharp initial increase, and then. And then as the fuel kind of runs out, it keeps flying and flying and flying, right? Because the fuel stops, it just stops accelerating, but then it starts decelerating, and it keeps doing that until it reaches an apogee. At which point it starts falling again, but it's really high up. Like ballistic missiles, I forget how far they go, but I mean they go really high up. They go up sort of to where the satellites are, kind of high up. And the longer range, the higher up they go. The intercontinental ballistic missiles go really high up. And then they start falling. And the further they fall, the faster they go. Because they keep accelerating while falling. That's why they speed up again. Is that clear? Is that good enough?
Oh,
I get that.
that was a good explanation for me. But I think Herm is looking for a very specific. I think he's looking for very specific speeds of trajectory, like say in Odessa, and the time frame, the time resolution on some of the magnetometer data. I think it's well above my ability here.
Yeah, and you need to wait for John Ridge because he's a rocket man, and he will try to explain this stuff to you. Herm.
You're the magnetometer guy in the space, I heard.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Ask John. This is beyond me. Sorry. I thought you were asking something much more straightforward.
Calling all ionosphere magnetometer enthusiasts out there, please, if you can help Herm answer this question, or if you are the gentleman on Twitter who put some of the data up there and you're listening to us, please come on up here, because we'd like to understand your data. I know I heard John the other day ask, he wanted to inspect some of the sources of it, but to boil it down and distill it, if Portland's listening, what is the speed of these missiles relative to launch? Is it Mach 2.5? I didn't think it was close to 2.5 at launch. I thought it took quite a bit of time to get there. But yeah, putting it out there to anyone.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was asking the question, because what I heard is that he was like a little bit dismissive about ATACMS because the speed was too high for an ATACMS missile to reach in Odessa, but the reading has been made. And so I was wondering what a missile would have actually been able to make that reading in this detector at that stage of the trajectory. So this kind of like the more straightforward way to say it.
And Herm, there must be some level of error, because the gentleman's own words on his thread, I think he referred to it as it was the magnetic data used to be a pretty well known philosophy type thing, but nowadays it's considered sort of a crude measurement or a crude indirect measurement, so it may have fallen out of favor because it lacks the precision that we can come up with other systems.
Yeah, sure, but it certainly has the range because we don't have the sensors in Odessa, and the Ukrainians won't let us put sensors around the missile launchers, so we can use them from other countries, the data to work back what might have happened. So that's pretty useful.
Oh yeah, super useful. Sorry, I was just saying. I think that the gentleman acknowledged that there was somehow limitations implicit, no matter how they calculated it, but useful nonetheless.
Oh. Tim, are you running the show now? You are the new co-host. I am just a guy.
Hey, Finance. Yeah, I was having Twitter pox in a very big way this morning, but I managed to reboot my phone, and anyway, it seems to work now. It seems to work, so I'm ready for a day of Ukraining.
Then I will leave it to you, and I will continue to be just a guy, and you can take over the show.
Can we call it Twitter clap instead of Twitter pox?
Why?
It's family friendly.
Okay, well, it's very early where
how
I'm
is
at,
that
so I
better?
assumed all the kids were in bed. My apologies.
How is that better?
Tim, I think to answer that, we'd have to get into some American slang or British slang about exactly what Ryan means by that statement, but I'll leave it.
Maybe we should just leave this. Yeah, maybe we should just leave this metaphor well alone and just say Twitter problems.
So I do notice. Sorry, Tim. I think Daniel was waiting down there. We were speaking over him. I apologize, Daniel.
No problem. My question is: this weekend in Crimea, which airstrip will be shut down, Limane or Simferopol?
I'm sorry, Daniel. I didn't quite catch that.
Can you hear me well now?
Yeah, all clear.
Okay. Question. This weekend in Crimea, which airstrip will be hit? Limane or Simferopol Airport?
Well, I mean, I don't really know. I was trying to come up earlier to pour a bit more scorn on this SOF theory of the strike. I mean, it was exactly as I believe it was Gurney was saying, right? You can't expect a small SOF team to haul a several 100-kilogram quantity of high explosives onto an airbase, not be seen, set the charges, detonate the charges, and exfil. Right? It's crazy. And there was an interesting reference to the SAS's raid on Pebble Island. Pebble Island was during the Falklands War, Pebble Island was a fairly poorly guarded temporary airstrip operating mainly Pukaras, so light counterinsurgency ground attack aircraft. It was guarded by only 150 Argentine men, many of whom were pilots and ground crew rather than infantry. The SAS sent 45 blokes in, supported by a destroyer and a frigate, and a naval gunfire party. They set charges with they had 81mm mortar rounds. They had about 2 each, and they had a quantity of explosive charges. They also had LAW's laws, so light anti-armor weapons, and M203 grenade launchers, which they predominantly used to engage the Argentines when they had been spotted, which was pretty much when they were regrouping. They managed to infill to the Argentine air station without being clocked by the sentry, and apparently there was only one sentry. And they managed to exfil after a short firefight with the Argentines, in which one guy was wounded. And so it was kind of, they set the explosive charges on the planes, and then they brought small arms fire and M203 fire onto the planes. They managed to destroy 11 of them and exfil fairly quickly. Now you compare that to what it would have taken to do a similar SOF raid on the air station in Crimea. It's a far bigger facility. It will be properly guarded. It will have proper sentry systems. It will have wire fences around it. They have to not only infill through Crimea with all of this stuff, they have to get onto the base without being seen. They have to get off the base, presumably without engaging the Russians. They have to detonate. They have to plant, enormous quantities, half-ton quantities of high explosive. It just doesn't seem like a feasible operation to me. Maybe there's somebody who knows a little bit more about SF operations than I do, who thinks it's plausible, but I just don't. Doman, you're back up.
Closest airstrip to Saki is Limane, and it's a long strip. I don't see any hangar there, but the recordings of their efficiency of the Russian army they usually do stupid stuff. If I was smart, I will go to Simferopol, but Simferopol is also civilian airport, but probably is no more. And there are no flights there for civilian planes. Of course, if they hit Simferopol, will be very, very nice, I can say.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I would leave that in the very capable hands of Ukrainian Strategic Command. Gurney, you've got your hands up.
Yeah, there's a smaller aspect to this, and it may be insignificant whatsoever, but it's not about the tactics on the airbase. It's well known that this was this is a Black Sea Fleet facility, but I think it's a naval aircraft facility, and it could have been used for multiple purposes here. But I think it's lesser known that this facility happens to have been a training facility at one point in time with land-based ramps, those ramps simulating the carrier takeoffs for these groups. Now, at the moment, there's clearly no aircraft carrier in the Black Sea, but I would say not just the loss of aircraft, but whatever loss of pilots were operating out of this. And again, it may be insignificant because we don't know that the pilots operating out of this airbase, even though they're part of the Black Sea Fleet, we don't know if they were going to be used in carrier operations. But I will say this, if those were some of the regular pilots that were still operating out of that airfield as attached to the Black Sea Fleet, there could be a significant loss of experience here, not just because of the pilots, but because of pilots that were specifically trained for naval operations to take off of Russian aircraft carrier. If that is the case, not only is this, it could make it a double whammy in the terms of, the Russians have lost some serious pilot assets who will not be filling roles on any aircraft carriers. I know that the Russian aircraft carriers are more limited than the Western counterparts, but nonetheless, is whether it's 17 pilots or 17 planes that will not be joining an aircraft carrier group anymore. That's exactly what this facility was at one point in time for the Black Sea Fleet, is training with those land-based curved ramps that simulate taking off and landing on aircraft carriers. So for whatever it's worth, I thought I'd throw that out there because I know that it's semi-overlooked. Not that they're not part of the Black Sea Fleet, but that these were, because we think of a land-based, air facility, we don't immediately think, hey, there's a potential impact here for carrier groups, but there is.
Sure, yeah. I mean, as we all know, this is a very, very specific discipline within piloting, is taking off and landing on aircraft carriers. What I would add, though, is that what exactly does an aircraft carrier add to Russia in this conflict, right? As it seems to me that they clearly have the range to strike deep within Ukraine from what they have already. And an aircraft carrier represents a giant, high-profile, expensive floating missile target. And we know that Russian close-in weapon systems, shall we say, are not particularly effective. Looking at the sinking of the Moskva, the heavy cruiser. I mean, I would be very surprised if the Russians even wanted to operate their aircraft carrier in this conflict.
No, Tim, you're absolutely right. I should give a little bit more context. Aircraft carriers would add little to nothing. They'd probably be a giant minus sign for the Russians should they try to use these in the Black Sea. I guess my comment was just in terms of at one point or another, this war will end in the Ukrainians' favor here. But meanwhile, the Russians are still doing this, this pretend dance of carrying influence around the world, and they currently have a carrier group that's been in the Mediterranean. They still have thoughts of supporting Syria in some way. They have thoughts of different parts of agitation in Africa. So while the carrier group would add little to nothing, or actually be a detriment, for what's happening in Ukraine right now. It still puts the Russians back by many years in terms of their force projection capability through aircraft carriers, which is already limited and constrained, but that they're still trying to do around the world. So you're absolutely right. Nothing for Ukraine. I was just talking the grand scheme of things, more like what does it do to Russia when they use up 80% of their? We don't know this number to be true, but what does it do to Russia when they use up 80% of their precision strike munitions? It puts them on the back heel, so to speak. Trying to reproduce these things for the next 15 years.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gurney. Let's go to Vern, who I see has changed his name. Now, Vern, did you change your name to Looney Left Liverpool because of my Looney Left comment?
Yes, I did actually. Yes, I found your. I found it inspiring, I have to say. I had a question. Just the idea of the Russian aircraft carrier, though. Trying to travel by stealth with that huge column of black smoke billowing out of it like Mount Vesuvius brings a smile to my face. There's no way they'll put that into the theatre.
This is a feature, not a bug. This way you can't see where the aircraft carrier is now, can you?
You can't, because it's enveloped in a huge cloud of toxic smoke. Quite right.
It was just, sorry to interrupt, Vern, it was just absolutely amazing the way it broke down in front of all those cameras, in front of the world's press in the Med during the Syria conflict, and had to be literally tugged to Aleppo or whatever it was. It was just absolutely brilliant.
Outrageous. So what was my question going to be? I've been trying to get through to finance all day because I had a question about money traveling, black money. I mean, we know that a lot of Russian money has traveled through the Western economies and assisted probably, SVR agents on the ground. It's been used to corrupt, such leading democracies as Germany. And I just wonder what part or role, offshore, nameless offshore entities play in allowing this type of behavior to continue.
Деды воевали. На Украине фашисты. Вторая армия мира. Биолаборатории.
Is that my audio or is that Vern?
Continue.
No, he's got the Twitter pops.
Русский мир. А ты где был эти 8 лет, пока бомбили Донбасс?
No, if there's any...
Потерь нет. Жест доброй воли. Зеленский клоун.
Now, who is...
Hi, Vern. Vern, if you can hear me, mate, you are absolutely unworkable. You're breaking up.
Able.
I suggest I'm going to drop you back down, and please come back up with your question.
To
Tim, he may not even be able to hear you at the moment. You may have to push him down.
All right. Okay. I think he's dropped anyway. Sorry, Vern, if you can hear us, your audio went terrible, and you'll have to come back up, please. So a dog called Gimpy, you've got your hand up, my friend.
I'm going to laugh if Gunny doesn't yet respond to a dog called, if he doesn't know he's being called. He's gone through several Twitter names.
Oh, I beg your pardon, is that Gunny?
We're thinking exactly the same thing. Gunny.
Okay, looks like we don't
he did say he was at work, so he may be indisposed at the moment there.
Righto. Finance is coming back up. Welcome back, Finance. You can't resist, can you?
All right. Well, I got to go quick until the Twitter pox gets me again, since y'all shoved me ingloriously out of my amazing co-host that had been stable for so long. What was Vern's question was something about money. I heard it was kind of hard for me on the audio. Was something about the money, dark money in Russians paying off dirty things.
I think his question was more about the kind of structures that are used to hide the money, and what role they play.
So, I mean, any and all, right? Like sometimes the best way to hide the money is not to have to hide the money. By which I mean, let's take the example of Indian gasoline. Right now, you don't need. They're not hiding any money. They're just selling their oil to India, a country that is not embargoing them, that is buying their crude oil. It is then being refined in India, and then India is selling. And India has quickly become the number 2. It is number 2 in U.S. imports of gasoline. Well, that Indian gasoline also has the name of Russian oil. What does that look like? Like this isn't using any specific structures. It's just they're moving money in a way that our system isn't designed to stop, because they have totally transformed it by sort of laundering it through the oil system, right? They sold it to somebody else, and then the finished product comes to us. So we're actually sending them money because some amount of that finished product, their input is theirs. So that's one obvious way they can do it, and that doesn't take any shell companies. As far as actually sending stuff here, yes, shell companies are really useful. Real estate is anywhere and always like the best way to move money, especially in the US and in some lesser ways Canada, where you can, in both countries, there's different ways to get around know your customer by basically having corporations that own property, and you don't need to know the final beneficial owner of every single corporation that owns every single property. So there's all sorts of ways you can use ownership of property, which of course can be bought and sold. So property is not something totally illiquid, and various shell companies to really obfuscate where someone's money came from. And that could be everything from money in the country to money from very, very far outside the country. So there's any number of structures. Quite frankly, forensic accountant's job is to go do this. I am not one of those guys. But yes, they use shell companies. They use real estate. They use complex ownership structures. The real trick is to find intermediaries or to do things in a way that doesn't require that as directly, because it's just easier. So does that answer the question? Oh, sorry, Vern isn't even here. So I hope that answers the question. Tim actually probably has some ideas here too, and I will move it along.
Absolutely. I'm also not a forensic accountant. The saying goes that forensic accountancy is for people who found regular accountancy just a bit too exciting. So I'm also not one of those, but I do have some experience working with offshore fund structures. Now, what you see a lot of, particularly in the kind of the informal British Empire of finance, is you see a lot of privacy-based trust structures in jurisdictions such as the Cayman Islands, the British Virgin Islands, all of which feed the giant money machine in London. Now, the British government has just passed legislation that tightens this up, especially on the transparency side. So now, when it comes to owning British assets, which Russian money does, Russians own a lot of particularly property in the United Kingdom, particularly prestigious property in central London. Now, when it comes to property, by which I mean real estate for our transatlantic listeners, when it comes to property, the law now states that if an offshore trust owns a particular property, then all shareholders or all beneficiaries of the offshore trust with a greater than 25% interest in the trust, I believe, have to declare their identities, and they have to be entered into the land registry, which is a public register of all owned property in the United Kingdom. Actually, I believe it's England and Wales. I think Scotland have their own one. So this kind of helps, but there are a number of ways around it. For example, you can split the ownership. You can split the beneficial ownership of the trust across various family members, meaning that they have smaller minority interests in the property and therefore don't have to declare. But it is, I would say, it is generally a step in the right direction. But what the authorities in financial centers and investment centers have to balance this against is there is a legitimate reason why people would want to hide their ownership of something, whether it's for simple privacy reasons or reasons of personal security. They would like to hide their the exact extent of their wealth from any malign actors. I think there is a basic human rights concern here. If I own something, what the hell business is it of yours? So there are very important, personal, business reasons, business imperatives that they have to balance this kind of legislation against. So there are always going to be, loopholes. There are always going to be ways around it, and there are always going to be malefactors whose interests are protected by the law. And I'm not sure there's an absolute way of closing up this stuff. But anyway, I'm rambling a bit. So Vern, Looney, I hope that answered your question. And thank you very much to Finance for jumping back in to talk on that. Let's go to Gunny. Gunny, can you hear me?
Gunny has Twitter box, just like me, just like Finance will have Twitter box.
Oh dearie me. Okay, well let's take a follow up from Vern in that case. No, Gunny's up.
Hello, can I speak?
Hi, Vern.
Oh yes, so sorry, I've completely missed your response because I had a very important call come through. But I think I caught the back end of it where you were saying that it's really important that people have a right to privacy and so forth. I mean, I think there's a lot of economies that don't necessarily have that. I think in Scandinavia there's full transparency on people's assets and salaries and so forth, and I think they even give out speeding fines based on your income as a percentage of your weekly income or something. So I just think that the trade-off of having all of this privacy, and is just not worth it, because the black money gets into the system, and you've seen the result of the Panama Papers and all this stuff. I mean, it's eye-popping. And it's abused by the bad guys, and I think that is worth it to have it all, transparent for the sake of, a couple of people who want their privacy. I don't think it's worth it. I'm interested in Axel's view if he's there. Oh no, he's connecting. Okay. But yeah, so sorry, Tim, am I right that you were sort of suggesting that it's a privacy matter that should be respected?
Yeah, well, I didn't say that exactly. I said that the interest of privacy as essentially a human right has to be balanced against the need to prevent bad money from entering the system and prevent it from operating within the system.
Pardon me.
Vern, you've got a hot mic.
Sorry.
And it's very I think it's very easy to cite countries like such as Scandinavian countries that don't really have an internationalized financial system as exemplars, right? London is banker to the world. It's not just banker to Britain, right? So it is an attractive jurisdiction to do business in precisely because it does protect the rights of investors in this way, right? It's not as secretive as some jurisdictions are, such as Switzerland, for example. But it does have a reputation, and I think it's iffy to dismiss privacy outright, because as I said in my comment, there's any number of reasons, legitimate reasons, why people would want to hide the exact extent of their wealth, right? From basic privacy, right? If I own a building, what the fuck business is it of anybody's that I own? It's just my building. Also, there's risks to personal security. Kidnapping insurance exists for a reason. For example, that's a real market for, that's a real product that people buy, particularly rich people. And so, it's not that this privacy should be an absolute right. But I think I can certainly see the case for making it the default, unless there is a specific reason to investigate people's holdings in this regard.
Thanks, Tim. I think I have some breaking news coming in. Sorry to interrupt you, Tim. As Tim would say here, there's no controversy to eat your vitamins in privacy. It's just a British pronunciation joke. Listen, thanks, Tim, and thanks, Looney. I do want to talk about some breaking news coming out of Ukraine. Who would like to hear about some amazing successes with the funds that everyone here has helped raise from
I would, Yehuda. I would.
And so everyone, there's been a bit of a kerfuffle online. I won't address certain people myself because I just would like to rise above it, and I don't want any toxicity. But sometimes there are people that want to be involved in things for their own reasons and demand that everyone listen to them as if they're an expert on all things military when they're not. I wouldn't expect a mechanic to walk into a bakery and tell the baker how to bake things because they once saw a show on YouTube. So we have experts for anyone who wants to know. Well, we don't have, but Maria Aid has. I feel part of the family, even though I'm not a volunteer for Maria Aid or I don't work for them. I do know a lot of the people there, and these are military specialists, people who know things about, say, drones and things that help Ukraine survive, increase their survivability chances. And so Maria Aid has been gotten into a very specific groove with drones, and as we speak, Maria Aid representatives are in Ukraine on the ground with certain groups of very special Ukrainians doing some amazing work with drones. You might have heard there are accusations because Maria Aid's it's a Canadian-led organization, so Canadians tend to we don't like to toot our own horns, and unfortunately, on the Twitter world, sometimes you have to do that. And they've always been transparent with what they do, but now the work that they've done is so amazing in Ukraine, and I wish I could tell you details. I don't know all of them, but they were able, with the manufacturer and Ukrainian Special Forces and the Ukrainian Army, to do certain things with drones that make them very special, if you know what I mean. Tim, is that too cryptic, or do you think people understand what I'm getting at when I say, without getting into details, they have special capabilities? What does that sound like to you, Tim?
I mean, I got the basic gist of it.
Right. So, I mean, I don't think I have to go into more details, right? That's what I was trying to figure out. So, I'll take that as a yes, Tim. Thank you. So right now, I mean, it's public. We couldn't say anything before, but it has been posted. There's some really, really great work. So one of the issues with drones is they can be detected somewhat easily sometimes, and then they get shot down eventually. Well, sometimes certain things can be done and modified so that they are very, very special. And the Russians have a hard time with them. And I think that's something that I'd like our audience to know, because when we sit here and fight the information campaign 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, dedicated volunteers working for free, not taking money. No. We give money to be here. We give our time, for sure, at least. Some of us lose money to be here. Some of us pay for things, like servers and whatnot and expenses. But it's good to know that the secondary effect of being here is we can promote causes we really respect. Like, for example, we have a member, a Ukrainian member in the States who buys specific things for a unit he used to work with or used to serve in, and we platform that because we know him, right? He's actually a fighter. He's a soldier, he's a combat veteran. So we do that. And then we see Maria Aid, .org, and we kind of know, hey, they're doing this. Let's platform them. But the really good thing about it is when you have actual military professionals, people who've been to war, people who have not just been to war a bunch of times, but also have worked in Ukraine, watching the Ukrainians grow and develop and trading best practices. Well, those people have been able to use their contacts, And I mean, I'm talking about a general, a colonel calling up and saying, hey, thanks so much. You know, so-and-so in Canada, we love you for the work you did. Hey, we need this specific item. And sometimes it doesn't sound so fancy. But we have to look at the aid organizations exist to help the Ukrainians meet their needs. And it would be bizarre if some interloper who's never been in the military, or a group of people, let's just say, who have nothing to do with anything military, will want to jump in and say, oh, I know better than these Ukrainian generals. I have a friend who's a private in the 32nd Battalion. He says they want to have, pickle ice cream instead. No, the generals are speaking with the colonels and saying, hey, we need this. Or, we need this specific thing and I need 20 of them. And it's not going to be newsworthy maybe, but in the end of the day, in the long run, it's going to help. So what's happening right now, we're going to have videos from a secure, secret area. I don't know how they're going to do it. And it's going to be Ukrainian soldiers, let's say Ukrainian soldiers, a special kind of Ukrainian soldiers, thanking the supporters of Maria Report for funding these very, very special pieces of kit and equipment. I don't want to say any more. I'm not trying to sound cryptic, just because I don't know what their comfort level is in sharing in terms of location, in terms of capability. But let's just say very, very special, awesome things. And that's huge. Like, I mean, that literally, someone who was doing some bad things to me that put me down. I had to go to bed. I got too sick. We have foot and mouth disease. It's that thing that comes through the daycare sometimes. Bad day for the family, but great day for Ukraine, because there are things that are happening that really will tip that scale. It'll place a finger, our collective fingers, from everyone in this room who listens every day, the tens of thousands who listen throughout each day, and the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, actually millions, who have actually listened to us since the beginning of this invasion. We exist for one reason. We're here to help Ukraine win. We're not shy about it. We've been called Russians say, you guys are Ukrainian propaganda. Okay, sure. Call us what you want. I prefer truth tellers, right? And we are all helping win this information battle. Sometimes, there's some noise on the side, and we're just going to roll right over the noise. We don't care. We're done. We have one goal in mind. None of us is looking to be, Twitter famous. I know Tim and I probably have the best radio voices here. We're not going to get together and make a TV show. Promise you. It would be horrible. So anyways, I want to answer any questions about the things we're doing. If Gimpy, who's that? Is that Gunny?
That's Gunny.
Oh, okay. If there are people like so ask away if you don't mind. We'll park whatever other question, Gunny, and let's just talk about the UAVs that we're providing and what they're doing. I don't know. Let's go for it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think the problem with this is there are always going to be accusations, because organizations and movements kind of grow, and you will always piss someone off. That is an immutable fact of life. You can. I've raised money for cancer charities before, mate. I've had people crack on at me. One of the reasons I had to change my name on Twitter was because someone accused me of blackmailing you, because actually I wanted a tattoo of Ukrainian dog tags on me, and then I embezzled all the money. So, I kind of lost my shit one night, and I said, right, I'll tell you what, for charity, we'll get in a ring. We'll go a few rounds. Everyone can put money on who's going to win. I was kind of hoping he wasn't going to be a big lad. And that came under threatening behaviour, and they trashed my account. So I think it's just the nature of the beast. Plus, of course, you're campaigning on behalf of a country that's fighting a state actor, and they've got the obvious resources to kind of chuck into social media to try and piss things around, to try and screw up the fundraising. And there will be a concerted program of disinformation, plus the usual people who just wake up in the morning with nothing else to do, with a hedgehog up their arse, and they just want to cause mischief. So personally, I've never doubted the charity. My wife's never doubted the charity. She's still getting her tattoo in September. Just a reminder, she had to put it off because she's just got over a bout of pneumonia, so it wasn't going to be great. I'm perfectly content. I've spoken to one of the guys on the Fury program. He gave me a really good briefing privately about what the kit is. I've got absolutely no concerns.
What am I missing, Gunny? What can you add that I didn't add? Maybe did that individual who I know who you're talking about, is there anything that I missed that you can share, you think?
No, I don't think you did miss anything. I just think the problem with this is there are going to be A, idiots, B, people with an agenda, or C, people who the host or someone is pissed off before, who are going to cause problems. I think everyone who's reasonable, who's been on this space since the get-go, and certainly I was on it the night of the invasion when I was duty, and I just happened to log in to listen to it, is perfectly content that this is an above-board, bona fide charity where the money goes to the right places. Will there be occasional problems? Yeah, well, of course they will, because it's the money's going towards procurement. It's going towards procurement to a nation that's a little bit busy at the moment. There are going to be some issues with supply. That's just the nature of the beast. And I've always found the charity to be upfront about it. Where there have been problems, you've always sort of jumped in and held your hands up. And just for anyone with even the slightest doubt, people in the military don't put their names and their reputations, and in the military, reputation does go quite a long way, to something like this. If they're not 110% on it, you just don't do it. So I wouldn't react overly to it. I know Yehuda. I've seen what's been banged out. I think it's pretty stupid going after a serving line officer. Not the brightest thing.
It's not just stupid. It's so weird. Right? It's just so weird.
It is, but treat it with the contempt it deserves. You'll have initiated the procedures which are in place for all Western serving military members if they are subject to threats, which it is. I've no doubt this person is probably going to live to regret having a few beers and then banging that out. I just wouldn't overly react to it, and I would say to anyone listening, even if you've got reasonable suspicion of any individuals who might be responsible, don't. I think it denigrates the charity. I think it's a distraction. I would just ignore it. But if you get anything that's of interest, just DM the host, and they'll be in a position to tackle it. But just eyes front and centre, ladies and gentlemen, and just concentrate on the task at hand, which is raising money for the people of the Ukrainian military. Anything else is just spitballing, trying to cause trouble. And if you react to it as ever, like I did, I'll put you in a ring and I'll beat you to death. Then they get the reaction that they want, and that's what they're after, a reaction. So yeah, just chill, guys. And as I say, just inform the host if anything interesting or overtly threatening. There are means and ways to deal with it through established channels on social media, and don't let these fuckers get you down. And be in no doubt that this is a good charity that does fantastic work, and that's good enough for me.
Thanks, Gunny. Yeah, I know. Just to echo Gunny's points, very, 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 very important to mention. Don't target people, even if we think we know or I suspect certain things, because I had someone on Facebook and they had access to certain pictures. Obviously, I never thought that this would happen in a million years. Certain pictures off my Facebook, were sent back to me. Quelle surprise, as they say in French. But don't target them. Let them burn themselves out. Gunny's 100% right. These are people that these are people that thrive off of this, right? Sorry, no one's sleeping tonight. Everyone's itching and scratching. I don't know if you know. It's a horrible condition to get. Anyway, there are people that just love it. They don't care what they burn down or what they destroy, or if they're not the person, the focal point of everyone's attention, that hurts. And you know what? I wish they get better. because I think there's an issue with people like that. But not going to mention names. We don't need to. We need to rise above and push forward. Okay, and that's the key. Any minute. I mean, if this is a teachable moment, I think the only benefit of discussing the general occurrence and backstabbing and silly behavior, horrible behavior, really. It's very just it's not professional. It's just so low class. But the good thing, or the teachable moment, is that in times of war, sometimes people lose their stuff. You know, they don't think rationally. Maybe they think that they're smarter than everyone else, smarter than the experts who trained their whole lives to do something and deserve the accolades they get for it. And we need to, you know, if people want to discuss what's happened in terms of how to fundraise, you know, hopefully we'll never fundraise in another genocide in our lifetimes or our children's lifetimes. But, you know, there's that can be said. But we're pushing through with all of your help. Everyone here who has helped make this space what it is, and then by, you know, secondary effects, help raise funds for Ukraine. It's something that we need to, like, you know, we need to celebrate. You know, Gunny got a tattoo. You know, I thought, I was nervous. We had an interview with Taras Ratuzhny, Roman Ratuzhny's father, and it was one of the most uncomfortable ones I've ever done, personally. It's not about me. I felt that I was worried. I was scared that anything I could say could piss this man off or hurt his feelings. Or, you know, what do you say to someone who's lost his son just 2 months earlier, right? How do you feel, sir? Are you happy that Ukraine's doing better? Like, what do you say to someone like that? And you know, and I read a message later from Gunny, you know, because he got a tattoo, and should we mention it? And I couldn't, because I didn't know how to. I didn't know how to word it. Someone else worded it for me, and Taras, you know, he was warmed. He sent back this glowing message, how happy, how wonderful it made him feel that this, you know, pirate from the UK, the drunken pirate I call him, I love you, Gunny, that this sailor from the Royal Navy did this in his son's memory, and it really touched him. And so my point is that, you know, we're always learning. We're always experiencing new things with human interaction and behavior, stuff that I wouldn't know how to address. And I'm seeing humanity manifest itself through various channels. And it's all because of this space. You know, it's all because of this genocide. This war has united us from different backgrounds. And we've gotten together. And you know, and here's Gunny was able to touch the heart of a man whose son died, a man whose son will go down in the annals of, for sure, Ukrainian history as a hero for freedom. And Gunny's a part of that, you know, and I was a bystander watching, and I thought it was really great. So these are all really important things, and for the collective good, for the collective good it does to our spirits, it's immeasurable. And Ukraine needs us to be positive, and they need us to be forward thinking, and they need us to be thinking about the next tactical bound. Because we, you know, aside from fighting in Ukraine, we're part of Ukraine's biggest and greatest assets outside the country. We're promoting Ukraine to the world, and they need that. Don't ever forget it. They need you. They need you here supporting it. They need you here as they start to ramp up their cyber and their social media war and their information campaign war. They've been trying to make sure up till now that their electrical grids don't get shut off and their banking systems work, because hackers and people who love freedom around the world are sending a lot of stuff their way. But eventually they're going to get a handle on that. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to try to come after these spaces. We're not the only one. We're not even the biggest one. I would argue that we got the most heart, though. I'd argue that we've really built a community here. Thanks so much, Gunny, for that. And sorry for my long follow-up, but let's go ahead to finance.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. I would say for sure, you know, we are different people with different specialties. I think it was who was it? might have been Gurney or someone asked me a military question a moment before you hopped in. I'm like, it was Gurney or Tim, and I'm like, why? I was sort of dumbfounded. I'm like, by the time I would know the answer to whatever it was, everyone else on this space who knows about military would have had to have said it 3 times for me to have possibly remembered it. You know, look, we all know our different things. You know, I try to stay in my lane as far as I know my stuff and what I don't know. My knowledge of military is what went boom, and then I ask logistical questions because at least it looks like business, and that's, you know, operations I can sort of kind of understand. But I also think it's important that, look, yeah, no, we're all here hosting, we're giving a ton of our time up, and we're giving, and you know, I think every single host is also a donor to Maria AIDS. We're also giving all our own finances, from small to, I know in some of our cases, pretty large amounts. And you know, the real important thing is not that we're giving it, but that, you know, supplies are going to people who are defending genocide. And I completely agree with you, Huda. You know, we don't want to ever have to do this again in our lifetimes, because quite frankly, I didn't think we'd have to see this in our lifetimes. You know, it was a theoretical question growing up, right? What would you have done if you were alive in the 1930s, 1940s, when the Nazis started rampaging across Europe? Well, it's not exactly the same. Times are different, but it does fucking rhyme. And we have a massive genocidal war of 2 very large countries using, well, in Ukraine's case, they're using pretty modern weapons. In Russia's case, they're using weapons that are surprisingly similar to World War II in some ways. But the atrocities are similar. Some of the stories, especially out of Kherson Oblast right now, of the pictures out of Bucha right now, the atrocities look pretty similar. This is what we're doing. So, look, I'm not a young guy. I've got 1 knee surgery in. There's no military in their right mind who would take me. So what can I do to help? This is what I can do. This is what I'm doing. Back to you, Huda.
Thanks, Finance. Appreciate it. Yeah, and you know, we're forever growing and learning in the room, and that's part of probably the attraction some people have. I mean, Gunny took a bit of a break, and gosh, I felt like his secretary. What happened to Gunny? I don't want to hear anything about the Navy. I hate the Navy. No, I'm just kidding. But we have all of these SMEs that come in and talk about it. I mean, it just sounds like, you know, Greek to me. But people are interested. You know, this is not something that we expected that we'd have to be talking about, but here we are. So just to circle back to the good news, I don't know if one of the speakers can put up the quotes from the Maria Aid person that's in Ukraine. Do they have the even videos up? Ferlane is there, by the way. Ferlane was accused of being a thief by some people, and that she doesn't do anything. Ferlane actually does a lot of work behind the scenes. She's super shy. She's not shy, but she's humble. She's very humble, and she's not talking about what she's doing. But you know, I know where she is, and I know that she's there. You know, doing a lot of good work, helping. I mean, she's become a UAV expert, sort of, just by being there and doing all the work she's doing. And a big tip of the hat to Ferlane, because she's going out of her way to make sure that these drones do incredible things for Ukrainian people, you know? Anyways, if you do have a question about that, please do come up. And we want to hear from you. We want to, if you have any, I'm not sure, we are going to have, oh, my goodness, kind of the important thing to talk about. We're going to have Jessica Berlin on this afternoon, I think at 16:30 Berlin time, and her name is Berlin. I guess it's easier that way, you know, just remember your last name and the city you live in. So thanks to her, she will be here. Jessica Berlin is an amazing journalist and an expert. She calls it like she sees it. And then as well today, for our European guests, midday, I don't know, it's midday now. Sometime during this day on Friday, we're going to have live from the field.
In about 3 hours.
3 hours. We're going to have UAV operators and Maria Aid representatives. I mean, I'm nervous because I don't want to say things because I just don't know what I'm allowed to kind of say. I don't even know all the details. I don't want to know the details. But yeah, you got to stick around for that. They're going to have videos. They're going to speak. I wish this thing had a video function. But do retweet the space. Let everyone know we're here. We're really getting a lot of traction. And if you want to know what your support is doing, even $5, it counts. Send it to maria.org if you can. But if you want to see what all of those who have given thus far and up to date are doing, you're going to see some really crazy things that have been done. And I think that it's something that we can all be proud of. So I'm going to go look for some. There are a bunch of messages. Tim, over to you. And Tim, if you want to jump into the next round of questions while we dig up some stuff there, go right ahead. Don't, but I mean, if anyone has anything to talk about, or if you have anything to add about the benefits of UAV technology that Myriad's bringing to the field, please do go ahead.
Thank you. I have nothing particular to contribute on the drones, on the drone front at this stage, although I am very much looking forward to the interview with drone operators at 2 p.m. today, Ukraine time. So I believe that's midday London. And what is that, 8 a.m. New York?
7
a.m. New York. So I'm very much looking forward to that. What I would like to do, as Western Europe is just not quite just waking up, but certainly just getting into work or just driving to work. I would like to go over some of the headlines coming out this morning on this day 170 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As we all know, there was a devastating strike on a Russian airbase in Crimea, suggesting a new long-range strike capability, which The Guardian is reporting as having the potential to change the course of the war, which I would say is putting it modestly. We all know the course of this war. Ukraine is very much winning. Russia is very much running out of steam. So whether this represents a step change or not, I don't know, but it is certainly a shot in the arm for Ukrainian forces. We will have noticed, we will have all seen the videos of orc tourists leaving Ukraine in droves and sometimes in tears, and generally choking up the bridges out of Crimea, which I'm sure we all had a good smile at. Now, the UN supported by the United States, has urged the creation of a demilitarized zone around Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Ukraine's nuclear energy company says it has been shelled 5 times by Russian forces, although here on the Maria Report, supported by our experts in nuclear technology, urge, shall we say, sanity when it comes to the exact nature of the risk posed by this plant. It is a protected nuclear power plant. You cannot just pop the lid off with a screwdriver, and of course it can be shut down. So we're urging caution and sanity on that one. But the UN and the US are trying to get the situation resolved with a demilitarized zone. Mr. Ben Wallace, who I'm sure is one of the world's favorite defense secretaries at the moment, the British Secretary of Defense, has come out and said that Vladimir Putin is now unlikely to succeed in occupying Ukraine. Now, this may seem like a statement of the bleeding obvious, but this is coming from the Defense Secretary of a high-profile Western power who is not known for exaggerating things. So Ben Wallace said that Russia's invasion has faltered and is failing, and he's pledged more financial and military support to Ukrainians' defense forces. This week, compared to last week, Russia has doubled the number of strikes on Ukraine's military positions and infrastructure. A Ukrainian brigadier, Oleksiy Khromov, said yesterday that the enemy's planes and helicopters avoid flying into the range of our air defenses, and therefore the accuracy of these strikes is very low. So they're firing more of their stuff, wasting more of their ammunition, and being highly inaccurate with their strikes on the Ukrainian military positions. Ukraine aims to evacuate 2/3 of residents from areas it controls in the eastern battleground region of Donetsk before the winter. That represents some 220,000 people out of a population of 350,000, including 52,000 children. Another ship will be arriving carrying Ukrainian grain to Ethiopia. Does anybody know about the situation in Ethiopia with regards to food? Has anybody been following famine risk? I see Daniel's coming up. Daniel, hi, welcome, you're up.
Last night I read an interview given by General Marchevsky. I hope I spoke well his name. The
Marchenko.
Defender of the Mykolaiv and now the coordinator of the partisans. And two things I saw there. They expect to free Kherson until the end of the year. And he said this is the main objective of him personally and the Ukrainian army. I don't know how much he's lying because, you know, Russians don't need to know what they want to do. And he expects the war will be win in the spring. This, I think, was very interesting. You can find his interview on Word Translate of our friend Dmitry.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Daniel. Let's go to Mr. M.
You had a question about Ethiopia and the grain.
Yeah.
Well, Ethiopia don't has any problem, as I know, with the grain because
Sorry, I beg your pardon, Mr. M. Doman, you've got a hot mic, mate.
There isn't any problem with the grain in Ethiopia because Ethiopia has in the past they had a problem with food, but they started their own grain program and they are have their own grain fields now. So the grain.
Mr. M.
Yes.
Mr. M. Ethiopia is one of the most poor country in Africa. Is also maybe the mercenary provider for all East Africa. They are warring country, mountainous country, and believe me, they need food anytime because people emigrate in droves from Ethiopia and never listen on warlord from Ethiopia. It's like hearing Mr. Putin.
Yes, I know, but I saw a piece that was explaining that Ethiopia has done his best to overcome the food shortage for themselves, but not for all Africa. So I know that they are still in war, and there is a war going on there. I know. But as I read, the grain was not a problem. They could feed themselves. So I will seek that piece for you. So you can read it yourself.
And certainly from my reading, you know, the ongoing Tigray civil war, there was a famine risk in 2021. But Mr. M, you're suggesting that risk has been overcome?
As I read it, yes, they had overcome that risk, and because they started that grain program for themselves, the food program. I will look for that piece, so you can read it also.
Wonderful, thank you, Mr. M. If you could stick that in the nest when you find it, thank you very much. In other news, Ukraine expects $3 billion of US financial aid to arrive in August and another $1.5 billion in September. This comes on the back of the announcement from the United States and yesterday from Mr. Sergei Marchenko, who is the Ukrainian finance minister. These are part of a $7.5 billion financial aid package agreed by Ukraine and the US at the start of the summer, and it will be used to fund critical spending, including healthcare and pensions locally. Now, our favorite Putin stooge, Belarus, has said that the blasts overnight at one of its military bases, 19 miles from the Ukrainian border, were caused by a technical incident, which is a new one. So they've given up the smoking outside the designated smoking area thing, and they've called it a technical incident. They're being even more vague. You
know what that means, right, Tim?
It means that whatever they're saying, the opposite is true.
No, it means that the orange plastic cones that were designating the designated smoking area fell over. That's why people leaked out of the designated smoking area and smoked elsewhere. So it was a smoking incident, but there was the technical component that was the proximate cause or the proximate reason for the smoking incident.
All right, and do we know if there's any particular shortage of plastic cones? I mean, do these contain Western-made components?
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a particular shortage of plastic cones in Kherson because instead of that, they've put up wooden hedgehogs. Hedgehogs is an anti-tank hedgehogs, not cute little spiky animals kind of hedgehogs. But they've made them of wood because they didn't have any plastic cones to make it clear to people to not approach the city administrative building.
So they're expecting to stop armored vehicles with bits of telegraph, basically.
Well, so that's the thing. It's not even telegraph. It's much thinner than that. No, so that's my thinking, right? Either they think that Ukrainians are going to use the same sort of Alibaba tanks as the Russian inflatable air defense systems are, and the wooden sharpened poles would puncture them, or I think they're just using them as sort of threatening-looking orange plastic cones in absence of the availability of orange plastic cones to tell people to stay away and not drive there.
Oh, lovely. So do we know if they're expecting these things to actually be effective, or they are just there to look like a defensive position from the air?
Sorry, say again?
I mean,
Tim?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Twitter's going nuts this morning. So, do we know if these hedgehogs are there to, if they think they're actually going to be effective, or they're just there to look pretty from the air?
No, I think that they're just there to scare people away who might otherwise approach the administrative building on foot or in a Zhiguli or some such, as opposed to actually meant to be used in an anti-tank role as hedgehogs usually are.
Well, they might stop a Lada Niva, I suppose. Although I think we shouldn't be too sneering about inflatable decoy S-300s. I believe during the D-Day preparations, the United States and Canada created an entire army group of inflatable and wooden tanks further east on the English coast, so in order to deceive the Germans that the landing would actually occur somewhere other than Normandy. Maybe a World War II buff could come up and talk to me a little more about that, but I believe that's correct. They created thousands of them, so they do have a military purpose.
Oh, I'll jump in. Yes, an entire army group size was created in an area where the British and the Allies actually knew, heavily suspected to believe, that the Germans expected the British to attack, the Allies to attack from. So the Allies gave the Germans what they wanted, an army to look at and watch, whilst the Allies actually, they gathered in a different part and attacked Normandy, where we all know they did. So the Israelis have used it in their wars, inflatable planes, and having the Syrian Arab Republic and Egypt bomb a bunch of children's toys instead. So in many cases, it's nothing, as Tim said, nothing to sneer at. But when your inflatable air defense systems are about as effective as the real ones, therein lies the joke, Tim.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all very well creating a wooden army. It only really looks good if you actually have a real army further up the coast and it's actually going to do something effective, like D-Day. But I see Gunny's coming up. Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at my Twitter account, there's an interview of a Russian general with an S-400 battery behind him, except it started wobbling round and then deflating, which was quite good. Look, it kind of makes sense if you suspect that you've got partisans or whatever having a look. It might kind of convince people at a distance, but around Crimea, say, if you look at the South Black Sea, that's where the RQ-4, the unmanned aerial vehicle, stomps around a lot, and the Royal Air Force, predominantly RC-135 signals intelligence aircraft. They've both got side aperture radar. So think of it as a phenomenally accurate, very high definition system that can produce pretty much black and white photo type images of areas. I don't think, unless they've got some kind of radar reflective material on them, I don't see how an inflatable decoy would even really register particularly well. And also stuff like that, there's always people cutting around there as support vehicles. There's all the nonsense that you expect from a battery of weapons kind of in position. So sometimes you see the footage, like when they interviewed this senior commander and his anti-aircraft missile system started to deflate and wave about in the wind behind him. You just think, is it a bite? At what stage did they look at the recording and nobody went, "Sir, I'm not being funny, but the inflatable decoy behind you is deflating and it's waving around in the wind"? I mean, they just banged it out anyway. So, yeah, it was just one of the minutes. I couldn't get to the toilet fast enough and probably pissed myself laughing. It was just exceptional. I think it's wishful thinking on their behalf, and I've not seen any decoys so far that would convince anyone but the most uninformed observer who just reported them back. It's amateurish. It is.
Absolutely, and aside from sensing equipment, Russia is operating among a hostile population, right? So the HUMINT they're getting, is provably excellent, and so any fool can spot an inflatable S-400, with the Mark 1 eyeball and feed that up the chain, right? So it's kind of these decoys. It's a legitimate question to ask. Who exactly are they trying to fool? Perhaps they're trying to fool themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, an inflatable decoy doesn't emit radar signals. There'll be no HF, VHF, UHF radio traffic because they're all interconnected. There'll be no indication of a data link to or from it because obviously with the radar images that NATO is supplying, there's also the signals intelligence. So it will appear as it is, a giant inflatable toy. With a fat Russian senior commander in front of it giving an interview to a TV company. It's why they think they could carry this off. I don't know. Oh yeah, I just like to. I know it's going back a while. Kuznetsov, the Russians have only got one aircraft carrier. She's going nowhere. She's not in the Mediterranean. She's in dry dock up north after a fairly serious fire, we think, and she's in bits and pieces. She's going absolutely nowhere. They say 2023. She's not. What was interesting, I'd just like to say that airfield strike. I saw footage of a lot of civilian vehicles So just private cars. Anyone who's been on a military base will tell you car parks tend to be near accommodation centres, things like that, or detached far away from any buildings. The mere fact that I saw rows upon rows of burnt out vehicles, private vehicles, tells me at least one round landed by an accommodation block of some kind, or an administration block, put it like that, like base HQ, or kind of the admin area. Therefore, the casualties will be quite high, and that's one of the reasons I think the Ukrainians went after aircrew, and possibly more specific, if it was a naval air squadron, their equivalent of a naval air squadron, the Wafus, the guys who work on the roof of the aircraft carrier, and they're much more highly trained than land-based. Operating fast jets and rotary wing off a carrier takes a lot of support staff actually working up on the roof. If they've killed them as well, Russian naval aviation has just been knocked back 12, 18, 24 months easily. There's no way they'll recover from that in terms of naval aviation for a very, very long time.
I mean, at least now there won't be any rush in refitting Admiral Kuznetsov, which has been in dock for about 2.5 years now, I think, something like that.
Yeah, she had a slight problem. A dockyard crane fell on her, and then she caught light. So she's going through a massive refit, but she's not going anywhere. So the Mediterranean group's just a surface action group, 2 cruisers plus escorts. So, but yeah, I don't think you'll see the Russian. I don't think you'll see the Russian carrier now operating fixed wing for a very long time.
Gunny, can you explain to the audience? Our friend Chuck just posted something about it, about ocean-going tugboats and certain vessels in the Russian Navy. And how common is it to have ocean-going tugboats follow your aircraft carrier around?
Yeah, so it's something that we see when they send a group of ships. They normally send a rescue salvage tug. You will see a lot of funnel smoke coming out. They use very low quality fuel oil, which seems to produce very big clouds of funnel smoke. It's kind of a standing joke. So we think in terms of machinery, they've had a real problem with reliability of main machinery on warships for a very long time, and they do have machinery breakdowns at sea. And there have been instances where they've needed to be towed back into harbour to do some kind of emergency repairs. I think that's simply old machinery that they have not been able to replace for a very long time. I've seen reports as well of Russian warships. Visitors have gone on board and said they're very dark and dingy. So I don't think they've got the electrical generating capacity, or they do, but they don't like using it, probably because they're suffering machinery breakdowns there as well. So interestingly, and we know that Moskva had some very serious engineering problems on board, because we saw her pre-deployment report from the Black Sea Fleet inspectors. She had a lot of operational defects, op defs, but she had a lot of machinery casualties as well. So the suspicion is just simply in terms of things like main engines, diesel generators, electrical switchboards, stuff like that. They've got some real issues. If it's dark on board, it means that you've not got massive electrical generating capacity for stuff like what we call hotel services, which is heating, air conditioning, lighting, things like that. If you don't have sufficient generating capacity to run hotel services, probably raises the question whether you can use all the weapon systems on board. And given how many weapons and radars Russian ships carry, if you have a look at them, they're festooned with them. That's an awful lot of air conditioning that you need, because stuff produces heat, and things break unless you use a lot of chilled water and a lot of aircon. So, yeah, overall, while I still rate the submarine forces really, really highly, especially in the Northern Fleet, for the rest of them, they do seem to have reliability problems. And Shipyard messaged me earlier to say Black Sea Surface Flotilla Commander has been fired earlier today.
Shocker.
Interesting how people get fired over a smoking accident.
Yeah, no, question for Gunny, actually. Why is that? Why is it because the cold weather needs a hardier crew, or equipment has to be maintained better, like Arctic water? Is that why their northern fleet, you think, or as you just said, is or alluded to, is better? Just curious for my own development.
Yeah, so Flag Officer Submarines in the UK a few years ago said the Russians, he came out publicly and he said Russian submarine activity was up to Cold War levels, and I knew quite a lot of people from out of boats, and I used to do duties with them, and they said the Russians have got considerably better. They've kind of made the jump that they did in the 70s when they introduced the Victor 1, Victor 2 submarines. So it's like the creme de la creme. I think the Russians have probably pumped a lot of money into submarine development, not so much into surface development, and that's where they've had their real returns. So the UK and the US navies have kind of come out and said Russian attack boats in particular have improved quite a lot. There's been a lot of espionage. They've copied a lot of sonar technology, and they're kind of up there. But I think it's been at the cost of the surface fleet. So, for instance, when you look at a Russian warship, they're always nice and shiny, aren't they? And that tells you one of two things. Either she's got a lot of paint on board and they literally paint ship after every time they go to sea, or they don't go to sea very much. That tends to be a rule of thumb. So NATO warships at the minute all looking a little bit tatty, all got rust on them. That's because they're working really hard and they're out there. Russian warships always look really shiny, and it turns out they always look really shiny because they don't really go to sea very much. Even in the Black Sea, they're kind of in and out. They go out for a few days and they come back in, ammunition or whatever. So, but yeah, I would. Although the kilos in the Black Sea haven't done much except shoot at hospitals, the submarine force as a rule is kind of one above the surface flotilla, put it that way. But luckily, in the Black Sea, they're having a marginal impact apart from conducting the odd shoot sort of close in. But then there's no one to sink them. There's no one to hunt them around the Black Sea, unfortunately.
All right, perfect. Just one last Navy question, and I'll go to Herm. And Chuck was talking about it. He's a Navy guy himself, so I don't know. A submarine, a HIMARS strike on a submarine in port, or even on any kind of. I mean, is it catastrophic? I think he said something like even if the tiniest hole in a sub, that thing's out of commission, possibly for I think he said years, and I thought that seemed to be really long. Is that all it takes? Is that a real issue for those subs?
So submarine hulls obviously have to be a lot stronger than a surface warship because they're designed to operate at depth. So putting a hole in one will be a little bit harder than a surface warship. The thing with submarines and warships is once you get fragmentation flying around inside, the damage can be quite severe, and you get fires and things like that, and that's really a problem. Could you sink a submarine alongside with a HIMARS? Yeah, probably. If you got a direct hit, you would probably trash the fin, so the sticky up bit on the casing. You'd probably have to be a little bit closer to start putting holes in the hull, simply because they're very strong things, submarines, by way of design. But any damage is going to push a dockyard that's probably already suffering under restrictions from sanctions, so spare parts, and even trained people to the absolute limit. So, months probably. Months probably, definitely. I'm surprised they haven't moved everything east though, and that says to me they still seem to be relatively confident that Sevastopol is a safe harbour. I've not seen anything. Shipyard's probably the man to talk about. I've not seen anything would indicate that they're absolutely bricking it over another HIMARS strike, assuming that's what it was. But are those kilos a priority target? I don't know, to be honest with you. They sail, they fire some cruise missiles, they scuttle back. I suspect there's probably more high priority targets, unfortunately. Unless they could catch all four in alongside, then they might think twice about it. But I'm not sure it would be worth it. There's probably easier targets to go after.
Okay, thanks. Herm?
Thanks, Jurek. I had a question for Gani. So you elaborated earlier that those inflatable S-300 and S-400s the Russians are mastering right now, you wouldn't really fall for them for the lack of a radar signature. It's a really good take. I didn't think of that myself, because the Ukrainians are using radar-guided missiles to take them out. On the other hand, I was wondering, the Russians are chasing HIMARS systems a lot, that they have headhunters going out for those. So if we had some decoy inflatable HIMARS that you couldn't give Ukraine, my bet is they would still keep chasing those. Is there any... Do you know if you actually have those inflatable HIMARS, and can you just give them? They sound pretty cheap. Wouldn't it be a good idea?
Well, I can tell you an inflatable S-300 is $10,000 in Alibaba.
Well, an inflatable HIMARS should be about $10,000 too, yeah? And the Russians gonna invest significant resources to get those down. Yeah? Wouldn't that be fun?
I can say the thing with an inflatable decoy is you need to generate a return off it. We used to use something called what was it called? DLF. So it looked like a life raft canister, and that goes over the side. It inflates it, and it had reflective panels on it. And then the idea was that an incoming round would look at that, lock onto that, and then you sail away. Happy days. I can imagine the thing with HIMARS is I'm guessing, and this isn't really my bag, but you need aircraft up constantly, ready to sortie into where you think the HIMARS is. So it's going to be within Ukrainian territory. So you're talking about a mini strike package. You want 1 or 2 aircraft to go after the HIMARS. You'll need a couple for air defense suppression, and you'll need a combat air patrol over the top of them to stop the Ukrainian combat air patrol from intervening. It sounds like the flight trajectory is very short, so you would need the aircraft up. You would need to transit from your holding station. Once you'd been told the estimated position of the HIMARS, you would have to then fly in, fight your way through the Ukrainian air defences, simultaneously try and stop the Ukrainian combat air patrol from intercepting you. And then once you're kind of in the vicinity of HIMARS, the HIMARS are going to be escorted by a short-range air defence system. Then you've got to find it, because it's not transmitting on radar, so you're going to be visually looking for it from your cockpit all the time, while crazy Ukrainians are firing short-range missiles at you.
Yeah, right. But if you had some inflatable HIMARS, the entire scenario that you pointed out would be happening on a dot. I mean, wouldn't that be great when do we actually have inflatable HIMARS like those fakes that we can just put on a map, so the Russians going to chase all their resources into that, and the Ukrainians can do whatever they can do best about those Russian measures to take out the HIMARS?
I've not seen NATO armies using any kind of inflatable decoy. I must admit, I'm probably wrong on that, but I've not heard of that being a thing for a very long time. I think NATO has kind of gone down the road of electronic countermeasures and stuff like that. So probably one of the land guys will be better in a position to discuss that. But I've certainly never heard of it. I haven't heard of us using decoys, like individual vehicle decoys, for absolutely ages. I think the Russian problem simply is by the time they even get a sniff, if they can't detect it in the air, then there's nothing for them to backtrack on to find it on. If they do get it, the HIMARS is going to be lifting and shifting once rounds are in the air. And assuming that they use like hard standing, if something can do 30, 40 miles away, 30, 40 miles per hour, once you've generated that sortie and fought your way through, the wagons are going to be a long, long way away. So I just don't see that this is something the Russians will be able to counter. I mean, in an ideal world, what they'd have is saturate the Ukrainian airspace with aircraft. And the minute one of these things goes off, it's kind of like the Gulf 1991 thing. If the Iraqis even launched an SA-2, there was a pair of F-15s or, a pair of A-6s or something like that, visually seeing it and attacking them.
Your mates, thank you.
Hi, Doman. Hi, Yehuda. Hi, Tim. Is anybody going to speak?
I don't know if there's a break there. Oh, go ahead, Tim. You got a new speaker up.
Hi, yeah, sorry, I was just tied up with something else. BEB, welcome up. Did you have anything you wanted to ask?
BEB?
Oh, hey, sorry. I'm currently just busy right now. I'll come up with a question in about 10 minutes.
Brilliant. Okay, in the meantime, I will move you down. Bear with me 1 second. Keep the panel nice and clean. You've gone down yourself. How gracious of you. I was sorry, I was just busy on something else for the last 10 minutes. What were we discussing? Were we still on the alleged aircraft carrier Kuznetsov?
No, we were an inflatable HIMARS, like the inflatable S-300s, and Herman was asking whether it'd be a good idea to have some inflatable HIMARS lying around for Russians to try to fly planes over them or something, so the planes get shot down without any danger to actual HIMARS, something along those lines.
Have they thought about an inflatable aircraft carrier? I mean, that would definitely float.
Be more ecological.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sorry about that, everybody. I was just tied up with something else. You are, for those listeners just joining us, you are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour Twitter space providing expert analysis, comment, expert speakers, guest speakers, and a general space where we can all collaborate and discuss the ongoing war in the Ukraine, the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. We are staffed entirely by volunteers. We do not accept donations ourselves. We do not ask you to buy us coffee. Our moderators and speakers will never reach out to you to solicit personal donations. So we are a fully voluntary organization run by our dedicated and expert mods. Currently, we're in European mode, so your hosts will likely today be me and Doman, but we've also got Yehuda on here, catching the tail end of North America. Yehuda, do you ever sleep? Oh, he's gone. So I guess he's gone to sleep.
I was going to say he has small children, so he just doesn't have a choice in that, does he?
This is very true. They are quite difficult to time. So collectively, as a space, we donate to Maria Aid. Maria Aid is a charity focused on delivering non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian armed forces and Ukrainian society more generally. Maria Aid does not resell equipment. It acquires it and donates it. So their link is at the top, mariaaid.org. So if you've got some spare dosh lying around, please do donate to Maria Aid. And okay, so we have a couple of hands up. I believe Mockers, you were first, and then let's go to Doman.
I was only going to be a bit frivolous and silly. I've got a new phone, so hi everybody. If you can hear me like weirdly, it's because my new phone's amazing. All I was going to say really was I just woke up to the tail end of what was being said earlier about Maria Aid and you know, some things that have been going on, and I can only say that I wanted to come up and just reiterate my wholehearted support for you guys. Knew there was something going on, won't go over it, but just to know that I am well aware of who's in the wrong, and I've seen with my own eyes their actions. So, full support from me, guys.
Thank you, Mockers. I just want to highlight something. In just over 2 hours, and you can check it out at the Nest as well. In 2 hours and 15 minutes, let's say, we'll be joined by some people from Maria Aid who are currently in Ukraine, together with UAV Tech, the manufacturers, let's say, of some most excellent novel drones. They are on the ground in Ukraine at a training ground, currently training Ukrainian drone operators in how to operate these fancy newfangled drones that were sent there in collaboration between Maria Aid and UAV Tech. And I, for one, am very excited to hear from them in just over 2 hours' time, when they will share with us what they've been up to, what they've learned, some bits and pieces about the drones themselves. And it'll be very exciting indeed in just over 2 hours' time. So it's going to be a mixed crew of Verlaine, whom you all know and who's been working on helping out with interpretation. It's almost as though she has some experience in that previously. Oh yes, right. She did that for years with helping train Canadian armed forces. Helping train Ukrainian armed forces by virtue of Canadian armed forces. But seeing that not all Ukrainians speak English and not all Canadians speak Ukrainian, it's very useful to have interpreters just like her. And now she's helping out with Maria Aid and UAV Tech, training Aerorozvitka, the Ukrainian recon drone operators out at the front line. So we'll be joined by Verlaine, we'll be joined by somebody from Maria Aid who's there. We'll be joined by some people from UAV Tech, I believe, as well as Ukrainians who have just been trained on those drones. It'll be a very interesting experience, I think, for everyone to hear a report from the ground from people who have made the drones, taught how to use the drones, and have learned how to use those drones all together. In just over 2 hours' time. Mockers?
I was just going to ask, are these those Fury drones that we've heard
about? Correct. Those are those Fury drones you've heard about. And they're a completely novel design. Nobody else has them in the world. These are, I believe, the only ones that exist outside of the lab. So it's very... it's just fantastic to have those available there. Decoding.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Three quick things. One,
Siren alert update.
I had
Donuts
time
K.
to look at that
Full
video
alert.
yesterday.
This
from
message has been generated with municipal data.
Decoding, you're muted.
I had time.
The coding? Okay, now we hear you. If you have some sort of Bluetooth headset, maybe that's auto-muting you. That happens sometimes. It's often wise to disconnect Bluetooth.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect.
Great. Handset issue. I had time to look at the Defense Ministry video yesterday. I think that was for us. I think that was for non-Ukrainians. Did anyone see a Ukrainian version? I looked for one. I didn't find one. I think that is to embed the idea that Crimea is Ukraine and to normalize the idea
Siren alert
that
update.
we are going for
Donetsk,
Ukraine.
full alert. This
that's
message
my
has been
whole premise
generated
on
with
that.
municipal data.
Second issue was, which kind of goes fundamental to trolling and to my concept of trolling, which is someone said yesterday that Eastern Europeans are immune to Russian disinformation. And while I will accept that thankfully many Central European governments are indeed immune at the meta level, I think we're really lucky at the moment. The kinds of governments we have in Slovakia and Czechia and the Baltics, which are normally quite kosher. But for instance, the Polish government, in the past, we've had quite non-immune to Russia's trolling in those governments, and we have the Polish government, which probably to this day is using the same techniques that Russian trolling, Russian state trolling, i.e. psychological manipulation through motivating people's emotions, use. And we're just lucky that the Polish government isn't focusing that on anti-Ukraine activity. And I would draw on my experience. And thirdly, on that point, we are all susceptible to advertising. I mean, that's its point. It's psychologically motivating. It moves our emotions before we even know it's coming. So the idea that we would be immune to one category of this, i.e. Russian disinformation, is we're in serious. Pride comes before a troll. Pride comes before a fall territory there. And I would draw on my experience of working with, for 7 years, with Central European army, senior army and police who would have arrived in Ukraine in 2014, 2015 with very little Russian because they hadn't used it in a decade or 15 years. And then within a few months, through Russian lessons, which I believe is a way the Russian state uses to manipulate foreign diplomats. I'm not speaking about France or Germany only there. That this whole communication of the Ruski Mir, i.e. as Ruski Mir existed 5-6 years ago, this neutral cultural thing rather than the genocidal aspect of it, that was all communicated through quite consciously through language lessons. But I watched many Central Europeans become gradually more Russified. And I also watched people who participated in, from a military point of view, in the resistance towards the end of the late 80s, people who are pucka, impeccable anti-communists, but were in the senior echelons of their security forces in certain Central European countries. I watched them fall prey to Russian disinformation TV stations in Ukraine, Medvedchuk's empire, before thankfully it was closed down. And they would, on the one hand, we would be chatting about what they did in a certain Central European country coming up to the end of the late 80s. But on the other hand, they'd be telling me about how, they heard, they seem to really believe it's a coup, that what happened in February, the impeachment of Yanukovych, was a coup. And so I push back gently and very politely, ever so politely, at anyone who says they're immune to it. I'm not immune to it. I fall for stuff the whole time. That's part of the reason I have a very big filter. I don't look for trouble. I don't jump into things very often. I'm not shit posting on the Russian embassy website. I'm trying to work at another level. So yeah, just gently push back on that bit. And then the third point I was going to make, I've lost. So I'm gonna surrender the mic. Oh,
thanks, Decoding. When you
there was one thing which I posted on last night, and again, I work in bulk when I do go on, and I came across a NAFO expansionist person, and on there, I basically outed them. God forgive me if I've made a mistake, but I don't think I have. I've thought about it carefully, but I'd love to put this into the space to try and see what they think. So there's a guy or a girl or a woman or a man or someone in between, a fella indeed. I'm worried about the gender aspect of the fella, but we'll get on to that another time. But basically, they posted a few times this thing that they have a contact in Ukraine who has access to possibly fragments of either Iskander or Caliber missiles, and they'd really love to find, is there any interest in people buying this stuff? And they posted it a few times, and it's just such an un-NAFO-like thing. It struck me as like, this person is definitely a Russian provocateur. And so after a few minutes thinking about it, and also as some of you who are probably military people here will know, I experienced this a lot at the beginning in Eastern Ukraine, where particularly Russian, but also Eastern European and Central European people, they would pick up, because there's loads of shrapnel on the ground from the Second World War, these rusty, and they're still quite sharp, in these forests by Stanitsa Luhanska. And they pick them up and they put it in your hand. They'd be like, "Oh, here, have a look at this," and they drop it into your hand. So it's a particularly cultural thing as well, from military and police kind of people to admire the shrapnel. So for those reasons, I outed this person as I think they're a fake fella. And so I'd love to put that into the space to see what people think of that. But I also want to make people perhaps aware that there are fake fellas out there. Of course, we were expecting this counter fellow operation. That's all I had to say.
Thanks, Decoding.
I just wanted to jump in, Doman. The pictures from the field are up. I don't know if you've noticed that, Doman. Have you?
On which account? And I'll put them up.
Go to mine. I've retweeted Sonic's. Yeah, there's a beautiful picture in a training area.
I'll post it now in the message.
I'll do it. No worries.
Okay. Thanks so much.
On it.
You'll see it's down.
Here we go. It's already up there.
Wow.
For the audience, if you want to click on it, what's really great about this is what you're watching are Ukrainian drone operators for a special group of soldiers, I'll call them, and they're there. Those boxes, that's all you. Every single one of you has sent $5, $10, $1,000. There are people that have sent $40,000. Obviously, God's blessed them that business is good, and for us normal people who can send $50 here and there, I'm happy about that too. That actually goes into those devices you see there. I think one of them is in the sky. A few of them are looking, and those are Maria Aid people on the ground. As you see, they're on a base somewhere. I'm sure they turned off all the geolocating features and the meta tags and all that jazz. And Russians aren't going to find them. But the Ukrainians are operating that equipment with funds raised from people in this space. And I think if that doesn't make you feel good, your soul is cold. Yeah, it's great. And there's more to come. They're just, obviously, I think what they're doing is they're correcting all the pictures for security reasons and then posting them up. And as you see, we've got our fella, one of our good friends, and we'll let him introduce himself. He's there. I think these are supplies for other forms of supplies, whatever they are, I don't really know. And you have a bunch of Ukrainian officers there in receipt. You're going to see more of that, and a lot of it. This is a program that Maria Aid kept under their hat They could have been bragging about it for a couple of months, but they weren't. Obviously, they were making sure that everything was on the up and up, and security was maintained. And honestly, from Maria Report and all of the volunteers, I'll speak for them only this time. We want to thank you for maintaining the space here, for being here, for supporting. Yeah, there's some noise. I said there's noise. Gunny said it. Ignore it. Bash on. There will be detractors. There will be people who, don't play well in any sandbox, and we have to ignore it. I know it hurts. A lot of this is a message to the moderators and co-hosts. We normally talk in the Signal chat. I know it's tough, and I know people want to, say, I can't believe that. Let's put it aside for the sake of Ukraine. We need to put it aside because not everyone knows the whole story, and they'll probably never know. The adversity we face, even with people with malintent. But we don't need to talk about it. We just need to look forward to the future, to a Ukraine that doesn't need our help. I think they'll always have our help in our hearts. But right now, we're helping the Ukrainians do the business. This is it. It doesn't get more real than this. Crowdsourced support to stop a genocide. It's the first time in history it's happened. But we are making history, and you are all making history. So to all the moderators and co-hosts and the technical staff who spend countless hours each day, thank you so very much. And the audience, thank you for staying by us as we push through and try to navigate a really crappy situation. We'll continue to do this, and we're happy to have, you'll be able, I suspect, Verlaine and Sonic, and then I also suspect that we'll have Ukrainian operators who will jump on and have a chat. Maybe they can take some questions. They're super busy, obviously. It's not a joke. These people are laying the ground for all the work that's being done moving forward. So I want to let you know that we thank you, and I hope you enjoy the photos and have a sense of pride and accomplishment because you were part of it. Thanks so much, gentlemen. I will drop off to answer there's some stuff coming down. Tim.
Yehuda, just before you disappear, I've seen the picture a few times. Your profile picture, is that Rabbi Osman?
It's Asher, the father, and yes, he's a rabbi, but he's a soldier in the Ukrainian army. So
it's not the chief rabbi of Ukraine.
No. It's
okay.
Yeah. I was going to say they have been showcased because they've been fighting for quite a while. And his name is Cherkassky. So Rabbi Asher Cherkassky, and they're from Dnipro. His son David is also in the army. They've been fighting. I think he's been fighting since 2014. He could take a role as a chaplain. He refuses. There are no soldiers to minister if everyone's dead. So he's fighting on the front lines. God bless him. So I picked his picture as an homage because I didn't want to put my own. So I put a real hero of Ukraine, one of millions. So yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So Jewish clergy, there's no prohibition on them taking up arms as there is with Christian clergy. No. Okay, that's interesting. No. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But I guess Judaism has a kind of a different take on exactly what clergy is, right? There's the kind of rabbi who has a kind of teaching role, and then there are the Kohanim who have a more sacramental role, right?
The Kohanim, no. So you could be a non-rabbi and a Kohen. That's more of a family designation, a tribal designation within the Jewish community of Kohens and Levis, and they still maintain their connection. You could have a Kohen from Ethiopia who has the same Y markers as a Kohen from India or Germany or Russia. So it goes in. It's the only patriarchal or patrilineal heritage in the Jewish community. Kohen means priest, and it was a priestly tribe or priestly group within ancient Israel, and they maintained their continuity for 3,000 years, which is quite remarkable. The word rabbi is a teacher, or from Hebrew and Aramaic. A lot of people who studied in yeshiva have rabbinical ordination. I have, because I went to yeshiva, so I have smicha, which is ordination. It doesn't mean that I have a pulpit in a synagogue. You only usually the nicest and the kindest of people with ordination become actual ministering rabbis, as you would call it in the UK. And I certainly don't have the temperament or patience to be either. But it's almost like a PhD in divinity. And if you've spent about 10 years in a yeshiva, you normally get smicha if you're good at, if you can pass the exams. But then having your ordination doesn't guarantee that a community will want you to be the rabbi. Again, as I said, you have to be pretty nice and have a lot of patience. And that's kind of an art. And as Tim clearly knows, I do not maintain the disposition or nor do I have the constitution to be that nice. But he's a rabbi in the sense that he has ordination and he probably leads his local congregation. There is no priestly function in that sense where they're above or ahead of anything. And the rabbinical community is a meritocracy, so they pull together in their local communities, and whoever is the smartest and the most, unanimously declared, recognized as the most competent would be the head rabbi or the chief rabbi. I hope that explains it, Tim.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the digression. I find other religious traditions other than my own very, very interesting as an outsider. And of course, the way you guys manage to run the world at the same time, it's really quite extraordinary.
Hey, space lasers don't run themselves, Tim. It takes a lot of effort and coordination.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Yehuda. I know you have to get off, but thank you for that information. We have Joe with your hand up. Yes.
Sorry, I need to preface something. So what Decoding was saying, and Decoding should jump back up. I think it requires a little layer of nuance first. I was going to do that earlier, but then we got into a little bit of a digression for very good reasons. There's a difference between using the same approaches at a high level and using the same content at a lower level. I think that it should be made clear that Decoding was referring to the Polish current governing party using the same approaches at a high level, but not obviously the same contents at a lower level. Joe.
Yes, hello, good morning, everybody. Just two things. So, first of all, just want to vouch for Maria 8 and Maria Report because I've been listening here for a very long time and looking how everybody's working, and certainly this is the place to be. This is the organization to support. Number two, I just wanted to go back to what Decoding was saying about Eastern Europeans being immune to disinformation, and here I totally agree with what he was saying. So just to better portray the picture, for example, in Poland, this information here is, I would say, like on two levels. So we have the local, national disinformation and the international disinformation concerning Poland abroad. So what I mean by this is that at national level, the Russians are trying to create create two things. So number one is just fuel some kind of hatred against Ukrainians, and this is taking place by spreading news about Ukrainians stealing jobs, which is bonkers because when you look at unemployment rate in Poland, it's the second lowest in Europe. So this is certainly nothing to worry about. Number two is like Ukrainian kids taking places in schools. Then we have, there was a story about, for example, why would you support Ukrainians? Because look, they are driving expensive cars, as if you are driving expensive car, you're not going to have your house bombed, and so on and so forth. So many of those are absolutely bonkers and even outrageous claims. Most people know it, yet nonetheless, this information is taking place. And unfortunately, we have some useful idiots in Poland as well, who, although perhaps they don't believe those stories, they continue on spreading it because this is a way of becoming popular, making a name for themselves. We also have, there was this story recently of one of the parties having financial support from Russia. So very, very complex situation. Overall, I would say like about 80%, 90% of Poles are of great support to Ukraine, which, I mean, you can see by the numbers of Ukrainian refugees being hosted by Polish families. Right now, there are still over 3 million Ukrainians in Poland. Many of them are staying with families, which in a sense is a better way to host them because you don't get those this kind of the ghettoization of refugees, and this allows them to continue on with normal lives. Second kind of disinformation, which I think is even worse, is international level disinformation concerning what's happening in Poland with regards with regards to Ukraine. So what's happening in Poland, disinformation about what's happening in Poland that has repercussions for support for Ukraine. There's a lot of the journalists that are related to the opposition party spreading the same kind of disinformation of, for example, how schools are not, how when Ukrainian children come, school system will collapse. It's a bit of a different language. It's much softer, but there's this kind of fear being spread of what will happen in Poland when Ukrainians, when even more Ukrainians come over, how Poland is not managing it, so on and so forth. And finally, you have this completely what seems unrelated story of the rule of law being broken in Poland, how democracy is about to collapse, which has serious repercussions for Ukraine, not only for Poland, for Ukraine, because of those claims of undemocratic practices in Poland, the EU still hasn't sent any kind of monetary support for Ukrainians living in Poland. And you can go into conspiracy theories, how this is all arranged in Berlin and so on and so forth. But I guess what the main message should be is that this information is still happening at a mass scale. There is a lot of, when you go on Polish Twitter, you also see a lot of those bogus claims. And although 90% of Poles, I would say, are immune to it, you get those 10%, and those 10% can be very loud. So just, I guess, wanted to say this much about disinformation and Poland and in relation to Ukraine. So
hang about, because I want to talk to you for a little bit, if that's okay, to dig a little bit more deeply into stuff like this. So you said, about 90% of Poles seem to be
Air siren alert update.
Relatively immune to this, right?
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
I think that is probably a similar proportion to say, as also say the Czech Republic is probably 85-90% or something of the population realizes that this is all nonsense, and yet there are attempts to sway them, right? And there is a small minority which is very vocal, probably very loud, that's trying to dissuade people from helping Ukraine, etc. I think you're right in those. I think that's about right. I think at this point it's worthwhile to highlight one thing. I really don't like talking about various countries' own domestic politics in this space, because invariably that ends up in shouting matches.
Siren alert update. Donetsk.
Domestic
All
politics
clear.
is always
This message has been generated
a
with
loud
municipal
sort of
data.
affair. It's very emotional often for many people because there's a lot of baggage that comes with domestic politics. Usually, often there are decades and decades of baggage, and people keep bringing up scandals from 5 years back, 10 years back, 15 years back. And I really prefer that we focus on the here and now. And this is why I'll say the following: there's a lot of people around in Poland and around Europe who have a problem with the current Polish government for God knows what reasons, many reasons.
Siren alert update.
But
Donetsk.
at this point,
all clear.
honestly, that
this
doesn't
message has
matter,
been
because
generated
all of
with
those
municipal
problems
data.
are much lesser in scale than the genocide currently being perpetrated by Russia and Ukraine. And the Polish government is doing a pretty good job, an essential job, I would argue, of ensuring logistics routes from places further west, especially those much further west that fly in by planes to Rzeszów, onward to Ukraine. Without that, Ukraine would be in a much tougher position. If the Polish government behaved like the Hungarian government does, Ukraine would be in a thoroughly worse position than it is now. And we should all be very happy with the actions of the Polish government, on top of the tanks that are being moved, Polish tanks going to Ukraine. It's all of those things. But just the one crucial bit, the logistic routes. Joe, did your audio fail again?
No.
No,
I just wanted
Go ahead.
just one thing to add. Also remember who paid the first visit to Ukraine? Who started this entire dialogue of
it was
politicians going? It was the group of Eastern European countries. It was the Polish president, the Slovak president. Yeah, exactly.
No, Slovenian and Czech, not Slovak.
Slovenian, sorry.
Yes,
Yeah,
the then Slovenian Prime
and
Minister.
Czech.
And Kaczynski, the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland.
It's something that's a bit lost in history by now, because we had more prominent leaders who followed. But this was a groundbreaking moment in history, in a sense. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And these are all things that are worth highlighting, right? So even though there's lots of people, even in Poland, that will have substantial disagreements with many other things that the Polish government might be doing, the key is that the vast majority have managed to stay, relatively immune to Russian influences in this respect. And I think to a great degree that's because the Poles realize that Russia is a threat and has forever been a threat to Poland, just as it is a threat to Ukraine. And that threat to Ukraine is currently being exercised. Joe?
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to say. We have to know what's the priority right now. This kind of disinformation, trying to draw attention, just going. I know we shouldn't be talking about national priorities, but this money is important for Ukraine, so I'm going to say it. So right now, people screaming that the rules are being broken in Poland, and thus this is more important that Poland fixes its system right now before we help you out to help the Ukrainians. It's awful. It's just awful, because especially that the money is there. So it's just a matter of unplugging the money and helping out Poland to help Ukraine. And the other thing, yes, there are problems. I'm not going to disagree, but we have to acknowledge all the goodness that has come from Poland towards Ukraine. And there has to be a balance in those arguments and counter arguments.
Exactly, and there's a lot of things that can be figured out another time later. There's a lot of things that can be figured out in parallel, but at the end of the day, priorities have to be set, and the only correct set of priorities is stopping as much of the genocide that the Russians are currently committing against Ukrainians as possible. And anybody who diverts from that, who deviates from that, anybody who says, yeah, but something, all of those people are actively hurting Ukraine. All of those people are actively hurting Ukrainians, and that is what is worthwhile, what is best avoided, let's say. And the other thing I just want to highlight here, I mentioned Hungary before, right? The Polish and Hungarian governments were treated kind of the same way. They were pursuing similar policies for a long time, and everything changed on February 24th, where the Hungarian government maintained a very specific position, which isn't really worth getting into, and the Polish government broke with its previous, long-standing ally, pretty much overnight over it. And
you have to remember, this was also historical because Poland and Hungary, they have been brothers for a very long time.
Yeah, what's the saying? Brothers in drink, brothers in war, something like that.
Yeah. Polak, Węgier, dwaj bratancy. I forget. I'm sorry. I've been living abroad for over 20 years of my life, but so I'm very ashamed of this. But there's a huge love between Hungarians and Poles, and yet nonetheless the government, which was very pro Orban in a way, because they had many of the policies were in line, so a bit conservative and so on and so forth. But in spite of this, in spite of Hungary being an ally also on the EU front, this bondage was broken. So this also tells you where the Polish heart is. Well, what's the priority right now for Poland? It's not national agenda. It's Ukraine, which also is a bit of national agenda because freedom in Ukraine is freedom in Poland. It's freedom in Europe. So.
Oh, completely agree. And this is why all of the suggestions. Oh no, the Polish government is just the same as the Hungarian government. No, it's not, and it is not on one very, very important point. Tanks and logistics is that one very, very important point, right? On top of the refugees, and it is true that the Polish people at large have done a humongous job taking care of Ukrainian refugees. It's not just a government effort, far from it, but between the government working with the military stuff, logistics, handing over tanks, handing over Pioruns, handing over a bunch of other armaments, and on the one hand, and the Polish civil society at large taking good care of literally millions of Ukrainian refugees coming to Poland. Right? We can say that the country of Poland has done a tremendous job.
3 million right now are staying in Poland. And 500,000 were in full employment in Poland. So a lot is being done.